workshop to order. This is the workshop, the City Council of Dunnellon workshop from May 4th, 2022. Would you all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Would you all continue to stand? Let me turn my phone off. Anybody has your phone on? It's a good time to turn it off. Is anyone in the attendee that would like to start off with the invocation? Please.
Let us pray. Father God, in the name of Jesus, we thank you for your goodness, your grace, and your mercy. Father, we thank you for the opportunity to gather as a city to make the decisions to lead and guide us, Lord. Father, I pray your blessing over this meeting. I pray that you bless this council and all in attendance, Lord, with knowledge, wisdom, and discernment. Help us to make the right decisions for this city as you lead and guide us. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Everyone have a seat. Let's get ready for this workshop. Ms. Odom, roll call.
Mayor White,
Present.
Vice Mayor Hanchar. Here. Councilwoman Wade.
Here.
Councilwoman Kenny.
Here.
Councilwoman Cummings. Present. Michelle Leonard, Assistant Clerk. Here. Dan Smith, Finance Officer. Here. Roy Slattery, Public Works Manager.
Here.
Georgina Sid, Community Development Manager.
Here.
Julie Danowski, Records Clerk. Here. Chief McQuaig is not with us tonight. Lieutenant Ross.
Here.
Andrew Hand, City Attorney.
I'm here.
The agenda for this meeting was posted on the city's website, City Hall Bulletin Board, on Wednesday, April 27th, 2022. The agenda was amended on April 28th, 2022 to add item number 10 and back up to items 4 and 6. And again on May 3rd to add back up to items number 2, 4, 9, and number 13.
Thank you very much, Ms. Odom. City Council wants to thank everyone that has come out tonight to participate and to witness your City Council in action. Take a quick look up at the video. This is a basic outline of how the meetings are held. Simply, some of the more important things is if you decide to speak, you have 3 minutes to speak. Please give us your name and address. You will have 2 opportunities to speak at a workshop. A workshop is where you will actually witness your council discuss matters that are coming up for a vote. At a workshop, no votes are taken that are binding. This is discussion. This is a discussion between the council and the residents and the citizens of the area that have decided to come and participate. When you come up and speak, you will have 3 minutes to speak. At a workshop, you are not limited to speaking to just what's on the agenda. If there's something on the agenda you would like to speak to, you can speak to it. If there's something new that you want to bring up that's not on the agenda, you're very welcome to do that. Council does not usually respond to your comments unless there is something that they need a little bit more information. Council then, during the section of council comments later on in the meeting, if there's something you say that council wants to bring up and discuss, that is usually when it's done. Then at the end of the meeting, if you decide to sit here and listen and go through the entire agenda and listen to what we have to say, you have another opportunity to speak again. And again, you can speak about anything you wish, or you can make comment based on how you hear the comments going back and forth. If you hear something you agree with, it's an opportunity to say, I agree. If there's something you have a different opinion with, it's an opportunity to let council know where you're at. So one of the things that this council has strived for over the last year and a half is to make this a very open government, a very welcoming government, government that wants to hear what you have to say, that does not put limits on whether you live in the city or outside the city. A good idea is a good idea no matter where it comes from, and we want to hear about it. So the way we start off the public comment part is we do give preference to those that have signed up. They get to speak first. After those that have spoken, that have signed up, we then will ask if there's anyone in the audience that didn't sign up and has decided they now would like to speak. So we do our best not to close anyone out. So to start this off, Ms. Odom, do we have anybody signed up to speak?
Yes, Paula Coger.
Welcome, name and address.
Paula Koger, 11983 Palmetto Way, Dunnellon, 4034432. Got it? I wrote it on the list. Well, I'm telling you, I'm inspired. I don't know what happened, but all of a sudden, well, my husband went to Oregon to fix up a house that we're selling. And it's Cresswell. And when we lived in Cresswell, we organized a Cresswell Follies. And when he arrived in Cresswell, people started saying to him after 6, 7, 8 years of not being there, "You're the people that did the Follies. We've never had so much fun in our life." And we organized it around the fact that people who had talent could benefit from expressing it. Boy, did they ever. Now, it takes me back a little bit in my history, because when I was a little girl, at about 7, I said, "Mom, I want to be a ballroom dancer and a ballerina." She said, "No daughter of mine will ever dance." Well, you know, I went on to get a career of nursing, professor, doctor, counselor, you know, and that's why my mom said no. That was the plan. However, there are people who want to express themselves, and they can benefit from expressing themselves. They never get a chance to express themselves. Nobody ever offers them the gift of expressing and experiencing the joy of being what they're meant to be. Well, the interesting thing is, when I was about 20 years old, my mom stood up in the living room and did the Charleston, like I've never seen it done. Yes. She was trying to get me to be what she was, which she didn't approve of. You know, she was now a teacher and a youth coordinator and everything. But one of the things that's really fascinating to me is what comes out of children. I was a school health nurse for the military schools in Europe. What happens is when you ask children to share their gifts and you help them do that, you never know where that's going to take them. And what I want to do is be part of taking them there and taking adults who have talent, who are very creative and very suppressed because there's no stage. And then Bill told me about this place that you built over there in the park, a big platform there, and that's a gorgeous place for Dunnellon Follies. And we've got some great people that I've already met that I know, like Bill's son's a great talent. There's a man down who sits on the river and plays his banjo. What's his name? Oh, yes, I love that guy. And I stop and I sing with him. So that's the only chance I get to sing. So my idea is that everybody has something, right, that they can do and that they would like to share with other people. And so it's a matter of, I love doing this. It's a way of connecting. It makes us a community strong to connect.
30 seconds, wrap it up. 30 seconds.
Well, I have a picture that I'm going to just walk around and show you of my being a ballroom dancer at the Rhapsody, the Rhapsody in Tampa, Rhapsody Ballroom, and studying with all the great ballroom teachers. Okay, you can get somebody else.
Good for you. Okay, thank you very much.
You want to dance?
I'm a very good dancer.
I think Paula's message is we do have several event days, Boomtown Days, the Art Festival, the Music Festival, the Christmas Parade. And she came over to the house and talked with me about it. What she's proposing is an additional event day, possibly at Ernie Mills Park, where it would be a talent day, where people in the area that have certain talents we could have a day, a festival for talents, even inviting possibly the band from the high school to put on a show.
Yes.
And I thought that could be a really wonderful experience. So council will kick that around. Thank you for broaching that idea. I think it's unique and I'm excited about it. Okay, Ms. Odom.
Andy Revelo?
Hello, Andy. Long time no see.
Andy Arevalo, 11928 North Williams Street here in Dunnellon. So two things. I will not be here next week for the historic meeting. We're going to repaint the building, and I'll have somebody here representing that for me. It's about between that and a couple other things, it's about a $15,000 undertaking. That's not including the parking lot that'll be shortly thereafter. That doesn't include the mural. They just did a mural over at the other art place next to the dry cleaners. The lady who did that is who we're going to have also do a mural, but that's step two. It'll be our 50-year anniversary of being in Dunnellon next year, 1973. I wanted to just say, hopefully you guys just approve same exact colors, just say okay, and then they'll start up. But the reason why,
Geez, you made me feel old, 1973.
1973.
The year I graduated high school.
But the reason why I came up here and I signed on is for one of the agendas that's on here. And I do understand where it's coming from. I really, truly do. And that's going to be the commercial usage of the boat ramp, I should say, or the dock for what this gentleman uses it for. Like she was saying about the talent, there is a very, very big homegrown talent here with John Sims with the Singing River Tours. His grandmother was a famous folk singer, so he does, it's educational more than anything. Takes you up the Rainbow River, takes you up the Withlacoochee, and then he actually sings to you. That part I can do with that. But honestly though, it's one of those things that's part of Dunnellon, and I'd hate to see it go away. So I really appreciate it if somehow I understand where it's coming from. I understand that the KP Hole has changed their policies now. People are trying to go to places and it's gonna make an issue for the boaters, which I happen to be one of. So, you know, if there's a way to grandfather people in or maybe have some kind of permitting policies. So hopefully when you discuss that today, you'll keep in mind that it is an essential part of this city. All right, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Odom?
I have two people signed up on the sheet for the end of the meeting. I just want to make sure that they meant to sign up for the end of the meeting, and that was Mr. Bibbert.
I wanted to speak on the restroom at Dunnellon Park. So it's an agenda item, I thought I had to wait at the end.
Mr. Bibbert, this is the opportunity to do it. You have two opportunities to speak, at the beginning and at the end.
How about now?
So once we're out of public comment, there will be no additional public comment until the end of the meeting.
Not even on the agenda items.
It's time to do this now.
Bill Bibbert, 9552, Southwest 192nd Court Road, Dunnellon. I do want to make a correction to what Andy said. One day I encountered Margaret Longhill with her little pickup truck that she rode around in. And then Margaret became a very dear friend of many of us. And I said to Margaret, I said, well, I know you run the Will McLean Foundation, but what instrument do you play? And she said, I don't play any instrument, I don't sing. I said, well, then what do you do, Margaret? She said, I boss. I tell the rest of you what to do. And I found out that was true. And I was happy to be bossed by Margaret. I wanted to talk about the restroom. The restroom project started in 2008. We put it in the management plan. The Florida Communities Trust gave us 5 years to complete the restroom. That was 14 years ago. Since that time, Paul Marafino, who I think all of you know, Paul and I did 2 FERDAP grants, paper like this, unsuccessful. We did a recreational trails program grant, another pile of paper like that, unsuccessful. So we've been trying since 2008 to get the funds to do a restroom in Blue Run Park. And lightning does strike if you wait long enough there. And I think thanks to Mayor White's efforts of really forming the partnerships with Marion County, that all of a sudden we found out that we had a $275,000 gift that we did not expect. And we had another $25,000 for a shelter that we did not expect. So I think this is a happy moment. Our people all love to cut ribbons at restrooms. Doesn't happen very often. I was going to ask a question, how many people in the room here would rather have a nice, modern flush toilet, or would they rather have a porta potty like we have now? You'd rather have a porta potty? Oh. That failed, didn't it? So I know there's one trail user that would like to have a nice water. So I just wanted to mention a couple of the dollars, and maybe we'll do that later, but we're up to $549,000 now. We started with nothing. We got some money from the county, we got some money from, it goes back to this first CRA, of the CRA board when it was reconstituted, was money for the design. So the design was done a long time ago. We were hoping once we got the design done, we'd be able to get the money for construction, but it was not to happen. But now some things have happened. We have the county money. We have $34,500 from the city. We have $25,000 from U.S. Water. We have another $25,000 from FERDAP, not from FERDAP, from FGUA. And thanks to Troy jumping in the hole the other day in the mud, in the rain, we now have located the utilities, which may save us another $50,000. So we're getting closer and closer, but I don't think we're quite there yet. And I'm sure the mayor will want to talk about this a little bit. We are possibly, we don't know until you did a job what it's actually going to cost. So right now, depending on what happens with the market, and right now everything is going up. We started at a $250,000 budget, and it got up to $700,000. So I don't think we're at 700, but we may need some money from you all to make this happen.
Okay, Bill, 30 seconds.
I think I'm done.
Okay.
Would you like me to talk a little bit more? I did hand out, and you've all got it in front of you. It's a package. This was put together by Paul a few years ago when we thought we were getting closer. But it gives you a little background on the restroom and why it's necessary and what the design of the building will be. And I think we're not talking about a concrete porta potty now. We're talking about a really nice modern facility. And when I spoke, which Bill ordered me to do at the last county commission meeting, what I tried to do is put it in the context of what's happening around us. We now have 5 regional trails, including the Florida National Scenic Trail, there's only 11 in the country, that now are going to come through Blue Run Park. We have a $4 million tunnel, we have a $3.2 million park, we have a $2.4 million bridge. So we are surrounded by partners who are putting enormous amounts of capital money into this area, into Dunnellon. So Dunnellon is becoming a trail hub, a trail mecca. And thank you, Mayor, for what you've done for this.
And we're going to discuss that extensively later on today. I just want to clarify if there's a little confusion about your opportunity to speak. Anything that's on the agenda that you want to speak to, this is the opportunity to do it. You don't wait till it comes up, because when we close the public portion of the speaking, council then goes down the line with no additional public comment until we're done. So if you want to speak to something that's coming up, now's the time to do it. If you want to then hang out here for a few hours, usually our meetings last nearly 3 hours, and you want to make comment after you've heard our discussion, you are welcome to do it. And believe it or not, some people do that. So right now, if you want to comment to something that's on the agenda or something that's not on the agenda, this is your opportunity to do it. Okay, Ms. Odom?
I have one more. Christine?
Yes, ma'am. I can't.
Cox
That's the
is
last name.
my last name. Did you want your opportunity?
It's more so questions about the Little League, not comments of how to handle it after the fact. So I don't know if they'll be answered during that or what.
You can come up here and present your questions,
Okay.
and then when we get to it on the agenda,
Yes, sir.
we will address it.
Okay.
My name is Christine Cox, 11465 Southwest 136 Court Road, Dunnellon 34432. So our questions are, with the new agenda that's in place and the person that's put in place on scheduling practices and whatnot, what do we do if we are denied practice? Who do we contact at that point? Can we show up to the park and the field is vacant? Are we allowed to use those fields? As long as we're obviously taking care of them, that's been a lot of problem. Is there any fees associated with it? In Inverness, we're charged $25 a session, 5:30 to 7, and then 7:30 to 9, with or without lights. And how do we hold ourselves accountable for trash fields or whatnot, so on and so forth. I guess if we're signed up, I guess that holds ourselves accountable because we'll know coming after the fact. So I answered my own question, but those are my questions. In the past, we've used the fields a lot, thanks to Adam Parker and allowing us to use those fields. It just has came to a halt within the past 7 or 8 months. So I'm excited that we're going to hopefully be allowed to use them again. I just want to make sure the right steps on how to do it, and if we're denied, who do we go to at that point? Okay.
Let me ask you just one question
Yes,
for
sir.
clarification.
Sure.
Are your questions representing from the Little League, or your questions representing outside wanting to use the facility?
Outside wanting to
And
use the facility.
that is, we will be making, reaching out to the Little League and clarifying all those things. That is on our agenda.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Very good. Anyone else signed up?
I don't have anyone else signed up.
Anybody on, well, I guess Zoom?
No.
Okay. All right. So now, before we move into the agenda, here's your opportunity to speak. So here again, nothing's off the board. You can speak about anything you want. Tim? Have at it.
Tim Inskeep, 12140 Maple Street. Let's speak fast, I have 2 items. Please do not give for the one rake at a time that's looking for a donation from the city. Please do not give away our tax dollars for a study for a project that's based on manipulated propaganda and emotion rather than science. Many studies, past and present, and ongoing by the FDEP, FWC, USGS, colleges, etc., are presently funded by the taxpayers. We don't need another one. The conclusions from these studies say until the nitrogen input to the watersheds can be resolved, the issues we all know about will continue. The terms used in the presentation, poisoning, plastic, dipot, fluorone, are simply manipulative scaremonger tactics. They're not science. Please contact the FWC biologists for the true effects and the quantities of the herbicides they use. They're very informative. ART uses the term plastic to describe the capsule that contains the herbicide to manipulate us into associating it with plastics, with the plastic issue that we all hear about in our oceans. There's no correlation between the two. The capsule is the same material we swallow when taking capsule-type meds. Looking at the pictures in the process part of the presentation and the operation at the Homosassa River, I've seen it a few times, there are many issues that don't make this practical. One's access to the river. If you look at the large equipment they use, they need big areas for all of that, and it's not at the Rainbow River. ART's one rake at a time efforts in the canal in front of his property do not come without its own harmful effects. Due to the lack of proper containment barriers, a lot of the debris from the raking ends up downstream, negatively impacting those areas, spreading the limbaia and the hydrilla. Some of that is the very debris you'll see up against the ropes on City Beach. I find it odd the proposed plan does not cover the entire river. The lower portion of the Rainbow River is not included. I find it extremely odd that rather than beginning at the beginning or the end of the river, phase 1 of this project begins in the canal that is ART's waterfront. Lastly, many of our neighborhood roads are in dire need of repair. Please put our tax dollars towards fixing them. The next item is an agenda item. There's more need for our tax dollars elsewhere than hiring a full-time code enforcement position. One of the most obvious signs of blight are our neighborhood roads. Please put our money towards fixing them. Once an employee is hired full-time, it's rather difficult to remove that position, and taxpayers will be stuck with the cost. The people in the community development positions are new and ambitious. Being new, they are still working out details of their roles on a day-to-day basis. More experience should bring more efficiency. It would be prudent to wait before hiring a full-time position. Please let's be prudent with our tax dollars, not just push the easy button and hire more resources. part-time by complaint in code enforcement is not perfect, but there are other areas that are in greater need of our tax dollars. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. I saw some other hands in the audience. Mr. Sims. We all know who you are, John, but you still have to give us your name and address.
Okay, John Sims, 11715 North Circle M Avenue, Dunnellon. Anyway, I just wanted to say one more time, like I did in the last meeting, I want to thank the city for allowing me as Singing River Tours to the use of the boat ramp and the parking. I'm really hopeful that a situation can be figured out that I can continue to do this, at least for a little while. I have other options that I'm looking into and trying to figure out. Also, I just wanted to bring up that part of the discussion is about parking. And I know parking is an issue, but I don't know if any of y'all have looked at the parking lot since May 1st. There's nobody in it. No, hardly anybody in the parking lot out here. That's what happened. It's March and April. That's the controlled chaos of everything, because that's the snowbird season. And it's not just, partially it is my business, but it's not just mine. It's all the other businesses around too. That's the busy time of the year for us, and that's when the money is coming in. But after that, it really does slow down in the City Hall parking considerably after that time, after the snowbird season. So with that, I just want people to keep in mind that it's just like it's a couple of months of that controlled chaos going on. It's not all year round. And also that there are the city parking lots that we, for consideration of things. Like the last 2 or 3 days, driven around like the parking lot, the overflow lot, is anytime during a business day is either half or 2/3 full. And it's not the overflow boat traffic. It's business parking from the businesses in the area there. And then you have the little parking lot over where Angie B's is, and that facial place, and those cars are parking there for those businesses. So, there are several businesses in the area that do benefit from these city parking. I just want to keep that in mind. And I just wanted to thank you folks again for allowing me, and whatever situation we need to figure out, if we can, I would like to sit down and talk about that when the time is right. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else want to speak to anything before we go into the agenda? Okay, please note it is a little after 6. And we are now moving into the agenda. Everyone who wanted to speak has had opportunity. If you're following the agenda, we move to agenda item number 2. This is the Dunnellon Chamber and Business Association report. Welcome, Judy. Good to see you again.
Okay, we have some new members. We have 3 Floors Inc., the Rainbow River chapter of the Daughters of the American Revolution, True Health and Vigor, Wealth of Health, and Mostly Mattress. And I have a little update from Boomtown Days. We did have an outstanding turnout, if anyone doesn't know. The feedback was overwhelmingly positive, and my best guess at attendance was approximately 10,000 people. It was a lot. It was a lot of people. Also, I have a renovation update. The Chamber's been working on renovating our building, and we recently had new flooring installed, so if you get a chance, please stop by and see it. It looks fantastic. Our upcoming events, May 5th, we have the City Beach Cleanup from 9 to 11. On May 8th, Sweetie's Cafe and Tea House is having a Mother's Day tea from 1 to 3, and you need to call for reservations for that. May 14th, starting at 9 a.m., the Rainbow River Cleanup at Rio Vista Beach Park. And if you're interested, you need to call Jerry Rogers. On May 18th, we have a ribbon cutting for the Mostly Mattress at 1 p.m. And they're located on North William Street and Suite 502, over by Publix, where the old Dollar Tree used to be. And then on the 24th is our dinner mixer at 5:30 p.m. And this month it's going to be at the Holy Faith Episcopal Church, and it's going to be catered by the Front Porch. And the only other thing I have is I have Danielle Stevens with me with a website update if you'd like to hear. Okay, thank you.
Hello, Daniel. Name and address.
I'm Danielle Stevens, 19590 Southwest Eagle Drive, Dunnellon, Florida, 34431. I'm here to give an update on the website. If you could please, Vanna, go to discoverdunnellon.com. Yes, thank you. You did so wonderful last time. Point. And I have worked a lot on what we talked about the last time on Visit Responsibly page so that they know the rules of the rainbow and the rules of our town. I'm also working on pages for when people go fishing, where can they go fishing? Kayaking, where can they rent kayaks, where can they launch their kayak? As well as biking and the trails. And I haven't done hiking yet, but I'm working on it, so you guys will see.
Maybe
Just-
password.
5546. Or is it, maybe it's 4456.
5546 was my man.
Okay, good. And so it's going to scroll through kind of some of the things that we wanted to highlight on the website. The Rainbow River, local events, nature, such as hiking, and then we've got local artists coming up just next. And so these images are going to be clickable to go to those things and find out more. And as we scroll down, we can see where to eat and where to stay and where to play. If you click on where to eat, I've actually got that filled in. You can see more. Click there. Maybe see more.
And just for the audience that doesn't know, this is strictly for the people that are in the chamber, that they get on this where to eat and those types of things, correct?
It's actually for visitors coming to Dunnellon. So the chamber website has its own directory.
Right.
And then this is for visitors, such as like a Discover Crystal River website, if you've seen that one. And it's all about what to do in Crystal River.
Okay.
And so is this one. So this is going to be about all of the things that we can do for fun for a visitor in Dunnellon.
Okay, I thought it was connected with the chamber. I apologize.
It will. It is, because they're going to be all over.
Okay,
I'm going to
that's cool.
showcase them as the first place to go is our visitor center.
Thank you.
To stop by. But if you scroll, you can see some of the restaurants up here. We can actually, the 5, if we click on that in the map. You see the green 5 when you scroll down? No. In the map? Oh. Anyway, I'll fix it because I'll make it go in quick. Go in more. But it shows all of the restaurants that we have in Dunnellon. And then if I miss anybody, we're going to have the option to add your own listing to the website. People can create an account and just add their own listing. So if you'll go scroll to the top for me, and then plan your visit, if you just click on that. And as we scroll down, the first thing is visit responsibly. If you'll click on learn more. And this talks about the Rainbow River and the Withlacoochee River, if you keep scrolling. And there are icons to tell people visually right away. This is what you can and cannot do on the Rainbow River. And if you go to hit the back button, if we scroll down, we see some more things that we can do. We're going to have shopping, and I'll have all of the shopping directory listings in there. Fishing, if you'll click on the kayaking, read more. This one I think is the most done so far. But it talks about kayaking in Dunnellon, kayaking on the Rainbow River, and the Withlacoochee River. And if we continue to scroll, if we don't have a kayak, we can see local places to rent one. And if you continue scrolling, if you have a kayak, these are sites to launch. So I really want to kind of just point people even deeper on where they can go and what they can do. If you go back, again, I'll show you some more detail. Hit the back button. Oh, if you'll hit refresh, there you go, thank you. And scroll down and click on the fishing one, the read more. Now, this page is not finished, but what I want to show you the functionality is if you click at the top, the bait and tackle, then there's shore fishing and boat and kayak rentals. You can click on those. And then it'll show you so I'll have text above it, of course, but then people can say, where can I get a boat or a kayak to go fishing? Where can I launch my boat if I want to go fishing? Where can I get bait and tackle while I'm here to go fishing? So I really want to make the website as easy as possible for the visitors that come to. So that's what I have so far. We are in the home stretch. I really am going to make it less so white. I'm working with Julie on some graphics right now, and to give it a little bit more personality and nicer looking, more words and content on the website. But we are in the home stretch. Would you guys have any questions?
I have a
Sure.
comment for you. I served as liaison on the Marion County Tourist Council.
Okay.
And one of the concerns, and I don't know if we have enough business in Dunnellon that this would be a concern, but one of the concerns was when they have a listing, for instance, of the restaurants or the hotels or whatever, there was concerns that those that had alphabetically A, B, C were listed at the top, and those that had lesser were down, and they could tell that those that had the best alphabet had a tendency, people would call that, so what they actually do is they rotate that list where you're not always at the top and you're not always at the bottom. So just thought I'd throw that out.
I am able to randomize it. I'm also able to do it by the date of, I think they're actually organized by the date that I posted them right now. So I can do it in many different ways, and I'll keep that in mind. I was making a note when you were talking on my phone.
That's the only thing I learned in a year.
Okay.
Just real quick.
Sure.
And it's funny that because I was up in Tennessee this weekend and we were looking for different things to do. And my mom, I won't tell you her age because she'll come up here and beat me. But because people are, even if they're wearing their cheaters or their trifocals like I am, the font, and maybe it's because I'm sitting back here, but the font is a little
Yes, like in the menu. Yes.
small, so.
Yes, I'm still working on it. I am, will definitely, put that here just to make sure.
But I mean,
everybody can
it's
see
just
it.
kind of because in our area, like in the villages, where they do ads for real estate even, they
make them bigger.
They just go up with their font just a little bit.
You got it. I think, and I could probably do to bold it as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's my only critique, otherwise it looks wonderful, great presentation.
I'm hoping by the next time I see you guys that I will be able to show it for publishing.
Thank you very much.
I have a question.
It's been 8 weeks so far. So.
Bless your heart.
Oh, I love this town. I've lived here for 10 years now.
Really?
Yes, and so I just adore this town.
Ms. Kenny, you have a comment?
I do. I was impressed at how direct your links are.
Oh,
To
good.
exactly what people are looking for. You're keeping it very simple, which
Yes.
makes it very people-friendly, and I was very impressed with that.
Yes, URL structure is extremely important for Google to be able to show the website to other people, and that's my main concern.
Very successful.
Before we let you go, Judy, I have a question for you. Paula's concept of having another day, a talent day, has she approached the chamber?
She has. Unfortunately, I can't make that decision on my own. That has to go through our board. So I can bring it up on our next board meeting.
Okay, very good.
Okay?
Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
No, you're okay.
I know it's still a work in progress, but
Yeah.
I just wanted to check with you at the fishing part.
Yes.
If you would reach out to fishing guides outside of our area, because a lot of people come here obviously without a boat, okay, and they don't know the area, and there are at least a half a dozen professional fishing guides that will take people out on the Withlacoochee River and Lake Russo for fishing, and people are interested in that. Also, I'd like to ask that you link us to Florida hikes, Florida trails, and of course, Florida Paddling Trails Association, since we're now a Blue Waterways community.
I was,
And-
is there a website for the Blue Waterways community? There
Okay.
is?
Yeah, you want to go to Florida Paddling Trails Association. And we are, there's a link to Dunnellon
Okay.
already, but they haven't linked it to this site. It's linked to the chamber site. So
Right.
click on that.
But I'll go and I'll look at this and
Right.
try to gather all the
Yeah,
information
they
I
have
can.
a webmaster, directly contact.
Okay.
And he is noted on that website, Florida Paddling Trails Association.
Florida Paddling Trails Association, I
Right.
have that here. Okay. I will look into it because my main concern was, when you mentioned it last time, was to create these pages that were individual, especially for the hiking, so. Yes, I will look into that and I will have one for hiking as well. I haven't made it yet, but it will be on there. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Everybody okay?
Good job.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Very good. We go to agenda item number 3, board reports. Ms. DeArvold, do you have anything for us?
Not at this time, this next meeting we can't.
Okay. Council, anybody have any liaisons, any reports?
Southwest Florida Water Management District is having a career fair Saturday, May 14th in Brooksville. And I forwarded that information to the editor of Riverland News to post it. Various types of jobs, including internships.
Okay, anything else?
I have an announcement. Do you want me to put it
Sure.
on?
Go ahead.
I was trying to open the flyer. Unfortunately, I have not been able to open the flyer. I meant to print it out. But anyway, the Martin Luther King Board and the 360 Club Walking Club, we're going to be honoring the legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King, since we didn't do the march, and that we usually do in January. And it's going to be at my church, Beulah Missionary Baptist Church on Illinois Street, on the 21st of May, beginning at 6 o'clock, and there's going to be singing and dancing and reading and stuff, so all are invited. And I have emailed the flyer to the Riverland News.
So the event's going to be at the church?
Right.
Okay. Very good.
21st at 6 o'clock.
Which church is that?
Beulah, Missionary.
Beulah, okay, sorry.
On Illinois Street. On the corner of Illinois and McKinney. Yeah.
I know which one.
So if you want to hear some good singing and dancing, come on out.
I did attend a service there, and I would recommend anyone who wants a very spiritual and high-energy service, that's the place to be. It is something very special. Okay, is that it? Okay, we go to number 4, the Sea and Shoreline donation request. Ms. Odom, I think you're going to lead us on this. Possibly Mr. Jones may want to make some comments along with us.
Yes, sir. I did send out an agenda summary to you all explaining that the Sea and Shoreline Group had come to visit us last month to talk about their program and their process that they've gone through at Crystal River and Pomsassa, and the proposal to do a study on the Rainbow River to possibly request state and federal funding to do some of the same type of work on the Rainbow River. They have provided me with a presentation, and Mr. Jones and I believe a couple of the reps from Sea and Shoreline are here.
They won't be able to make it.
Oh, they won't be able to make it. Okay, so you're gonna,
Yes.
okay, speak to that then.
Mine's beating yours.
Is it?
Yeah, I'm almost finished. I win.
See there.
We have to do something to keep these things going.
There we go.
I tell you, years go down.
Yeah, the Rainbow River, as we all know, it's one of the most beautiful spring-fed rivers in the world. 5.7 miles long, first magnitude springs. It's right here in Dunnellon. Begins in Dunnellon, heads into the Withlacoochee River. And the challenges are water quality. There's a lot of excess nitrogen and phosphorus that are feeding the explosive growth of hydrilla and other invasive plants in the water. Major sources in organic fertilizers applied to 73-mile spring shed. Hydrilla is an exotic invasive, fast-growing aquatic plant. If left unchecked, hydrilla will suffocate native eelgrass and impair the entire ecosystem. Hydrilla mats become so dense that they destroy the habitat for native wildlife also. Lingbia, or water quality, allows for filamentous algae to take over, thrives in low oxygen, shades and suffocates native eelgrass, and that's what we're going to start to get as the hydrilla gets thicker and thicker. The next generation is Lingbia algae. Other issues right now, we're using herbicides, poisoning the hydrilla. It's had minimal success and has harmed other parts of the ecosystem. Herbicides are used on the Rainbow River include diquat, fluorine, and enthol. Enthol leaves behind plastic polymer jellies. The process is to remove, replant, and maintain. Vacuuming, the diver operates a handheld suction device, carefully removing muck and leaving behind the sand and any native plants and vegetation, and just doing it in a really nice, careful way. Dewatering, as the stuff comes out, the muck that's sucked off the bottom is sent to land where it's first filtered for removing large debris. And then it is pumped into geotube bags. So the next stage is to pump the water into these large filter bags with an environmentally safe polymer that's added to ensure all organic material is trapped in the bag. Clean water, it removes 50% of the nitrogen, 95% of the phosphorus. Fertilizer, the muck is organic material that is then brought inland to where it makes excellent natural fertilizer, and everything we've taken out of the river basically goes to farmland. Cultivating, all plants that we will replant the eelgrass with are grown in an inland aquatic nursery. No other habitats are harmed through wild harvest of plants. Planting. We got the little plugs, we get them in there, and we carefully plant them where they need to go. We're going to monitor and maintain them. Part of the contract we're going to have with Sea and Shoreline. We will periodically check on them, spot clean as needed, and ensure that they have their best chance of survival. How to restore the Rainbow River. It's basically going to be broken up into 5 phases. Phase 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, all the way to Head Springs. We want to start at the lower Rainbow River because it's the dirtiest. It's the most impaired. Sort of like we want to pick the low-hanging fruit. This has already been targeted for cleanup in the BMAP plan and other things, studies like that. So as we go up each phase, we'll look at each section of the river and we'll figure out exactly what's needed, what is still in good shape and what needs to be addressed. So getting started, the first phase is getting that benthic survey. Let's see exactly what's there, what needs to be removed, what we're up against, and applying for all the permits, getting the project shovel-ready, and then that will be ready to ask for a legislative request to fund the project. The first step is the benthic survey. Very open here, exactly what it's going to cost. Getting it all designed, applying for the permit authorizations, about $137,000. So thank you.
I have, can I start?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. All right, I appreciate what you're doing here. However, the $137,000 price tag for the study, why can't this firm piggyback upon all these other studies that have been done by Southwest Florida Water Management District. Very extensive study, just what, 4 years ago, Bill? Yep,
It's
okay.
ongoing, actually.
Yeah, Florida Geological Society, based at the University of Florida. They have study stations right here on the river. You see the boxes, they're checking current and so on. Jeff Sowers is the manager of the Rainbow River Aquatic Preserve. He is out there monitoring on a 90-day basis, as I understand. He's got the, he's checking nitrate levels, he's pulling water and checking for nitrate phosphate levels, as well as the using the Secchi disc for visibility and so on. Florida DEP, that's where you're going to have to get the permits, and they already work with Swift Mud. Jeff Sowers, who's the manager of the Rainbow River Aquatic Preserve. I don't understand why there has to be a study at a price tag of $137,000 when there are maps available right now out there that tell you the areas of concern and so on.
And I think I have a good answer.
Why can't we piggyback? Why couldn't you your group piggyback on all of those studies?
Yeah, I'll try to answer your question.
Have you contacted Jeff Sowers at all yet?
Let me answer your question first.
Sure.
Okay, because you've just thrown in two there.
Yep.
The reason we need a new ethnic survey of the whole place, we need to know exactly what's there today. We need to know approximately how much silt is there. We need to know the depth of the silt. So the study from 4 years ago, we're not going to be able to put that onto an application to get a permit to remove it. Whenever you put in an application, it has to be absolutely current data. So we're going to review all the old studies and everything. We're going to pile that, but we will need to get, a snapshot of exactly the way the river is today, to the best of our ability. So how deep is the muck? How many, approximately how many pounds are we going to have to pull out? How many bags we're going to need for it? Putting all the logistics in to how it is if we started tomorrow. So that's why we need it to be current. And that's what we need in order to fill out the application, in order to get the permits, in order to get the appropriations. So everything has to be absolutely up to date. Everything they've done in the past is fantastic. And we love that. We look at it and say, okay, this found this here, this found this here. Oh, but look now, this is different. Now instead of hydrilla here, it's all Lingvia algae. Now instead of a few feet deep, it's 7 feet deep. So that's why we need a current survey.
Yeah, I was just wondering, Florida Geological Society, based at UF, has graduate students studying that river. I see them out there very often and have conversations with them. And
yeah, but they're not doing a survey in order to create a work project and a work plan.
my question is, why couldn't your group Shoreline work with those graduate students who are available to do these studies?
Well, I'm sure that there's opportunities
Yeah,
for them
I'm
to
just
come down
thinking, have you talked to Jeff Sowers yet at all about this project proposal?
No.
No. Okay, that's interesting.
Yes,
Since
no,
he's-
not about
Since he's
this
the manager
specific-
of the Rainbow River Aquatic Preserve.
Yeah. No, I've talked to Jeff Sowers many times about the need to clean up the river.
But not about this project.
This new proposal, no. I came to the city first. The reason I came to the city first is because you're the city. This is your river. I mean, it's a beautiful river. We love this river. This river is in decline, unfortunately.
I think we already knew that, right?
Well, it is in decline. So how do we move it to recovery? Is just spraying year after year herbicides to control the weeds the answer? No, I don't believe so. And I don't believe the people in the city would like that. I think we'd like to find a solution that will solve it once and for all. So we got to go in there and we have to dredge out and vacuum out that muck that's been accumulating for 30, 40 years, clean up the river, get down to the white sand bottom, plant the eelgrass again, and help it get started and let eelgrass become dominant in the river again. And then more fish will come back and the whole ecosystem starts to pick up and revitalize. So now you would have the Rainbow River in recovery. So it's no longer in decline, now it's in recovery. So that's what our aim is for. And I've spoken to Jeff about that, and everybody there would love to see it if we didn't have to use these herbicides all the time. You know, how do we fix it permanently? Well, we have a lot of doubters out there. Some people think that poisoning the river is the only way to go. Well, guess what? In spite of the doubters, we proved that this method works in Kings Bay and Crystal River. We're not using any herbicides there at all. And we've removed the lingvia, we've removed the hydrilla, we've removed the muck, we've planted the eelgrass, and it's working. And the water is clearing up, it's in recovery, and it's so amazing, Jan, because what happened was it was kind of a tipping point. As we clean and clean and clean, so it was recovering, all of a sudden Mother Nature kicked in. And she's like, I'm going to help. It's clean up now, and the eelgrass is spreading around, and it's beautiful.
I'm 100% for what you are proposing. What I'm having a problem with is how you're going about we have the process of working with DEP, Southwest Florida Water Management District, and the fact that it's not just an outstanding waterway, so there's actually, which helps us get federal grants for this project. But I would like to see you, before you come back here again, show us that you've done your homework and start looking how this is going to be paid for. Because the city of Dunnellon, I don't think, as a council person, I am going to okay writing a check for 130-some thousand when you have not gone to our state departments like Southwest Florida Water Management District and see how they would like to participate financially. FWC might see this alternative as a way definitely to clean up the river. They might contribute. And I think not going to Jeff Sowers yet, who is the Rainbow River Aquatic Preserve, we don't own that river. The state of Florida owns that river.
Yeah, and I'm not asking...
We are granted responsibilities at will.
Yeah,
okay?
Jan, I don't want to interrupt you, but I'm not asking the city
it's not
to
our
pay.
river.
I don't want to interrupt you, Jan.
So I would like to see you come back telling us who you have spoken to.
I'm not asking the city to pay the full $137,000. We've already raised $5,000 from the community to get it started, and we're going to ask everybody that lives along the river to chip in. The reason I'm asking the city is because you represent the people in the city. So I'm just asking the city to chip in a little bit, whatever you're comfortable with, and we'll keep it going. And after the city kicks in a little bit, we'll go and we'll ask the county to kick in, see if they would like to help. That's what we did in Crystal River. We were cleaning up, and the city kicked in 25, and the county kicked in 225, and we were able to get it going. And then the state came down, gave us a $100,000 grant. Then we were able to get $1.4 million pilot project going. So it started in the city. It starts with the people. That's why I asked you first. You may not think that's the proper way for me to do it, but that's just the way I am. I go to the city, I'm like, this is what we got. Do you want to help? Because then when I go to Jeff Sowers, I'll say, hey, the city's kicked in a little bit. What can you do to help? And I go, other people, the city's kicking it in. So then they're like, wow, that's great. You know, finally, instead of just putting money into roads and this and that, I mean, they're putting it into the river. That's the whole reason we're here is the river. So that's why I came to the city first. That's just the way I am. I thought it was the proper thing to do.
Thank you.
All right. Let me just summarize this so we have a heavy agenda tonight, so we have to keep moving.
Sure.
To summarize it, you need $137,000 to do the study, which once the study is done, then the study is applicable to getting state funding for the project, correct?
Correct.
So you have to have the $137,000 as a starting point. So all you're doing is two things. Number one, you're educating us on your concept of it, and you're asking or suggesting that if the city can step up and help
Yes.
With whatever we have, you would be appreciative.
Absolutely.
Okay, so I would say, Art, that we are about ready to go into our new budget cycle. We're going to, in fact, I think that's coming up. Certainly, nothing was anticipated like this in this year's cycle. So I would think that now that your timing is good, now that you brought it to council's attention, it could be something that we ask Jan and Finance to see if there's anything we can do.
That would be wonderful. And, and I will ask you, also now ask you what I'm expecting from you in the future. If you do want to back this project, I'm going to ask you all to help lobby up in Tallahassee. Reach out there and help lobby the Marion County, see if they'll help too. Because the city council is a great voice of the people here on the river. I mean, you've already done a great job, Bill, getting this restroom moving again and stuff. Just by asking, it's just like, hey, we've had a very good relationship with the people in Tallahassee with the One Rake at a Time project because we go up there on legislative days and we talk to them. We brought everybody up a jar of Lingbia. Now we can bring everybody up a jar of Hydrilla and say, this is what we want to take care of, please help. And then Jan would like to reach out to the schools and get a program in the 5th grade, growing eelgrass in the classrooms, and then have a day to come out and plant it in the river. So we've been doing that in Chris River. It's wonderful. And it's just a great thing for us all.
Okay, Art, we appreciate it. Your reputation is known with what you have done at Crystal River. I've heard wonderful things. One day I'm going to look forward to you taking me out on a boat and show me some of these projects I've never
We can do that. We can arrange a tour.
Yeah, I would
Sure.
love to see that.
I've seen it when I was over in Crystal River. I saw it actually being done.
So what I would say to council, we do have a known successful person who has already done these things before. So it's not like we're into brand new uncharted territory. The man has proven himself. And all he's asking for is a contribution within whatever the city feels comfortable with. And it doesn't even have to be a large number. Whatever we can do, you would appreciate. Right?
Exactly.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you for clarification.
Thank you.
Okay. Right. Interesting stuff. Okay, now we're going to one of our favorite topics. The police facility, just to summarize a little bit. It does look like the Soul Harbor Church property is fixing to close. It hasn't closed yet, but it's looking very strong that it will. The situation on that will be that the property, the building itself will be sold, along with 4 of the 6 lots that are attached to the property. But in the negotiations, the city was able to capture 2 of the lots that are on the southernmost part of the property. And those lots can be used now for parking in the historic section, or if a council in the future has the need for building something there. It's kind of a move that's to take care of the immediate needs of the parking in the historic section. And also in the future, if the city needs those lots for whatever reason, a community center or whatever. So I think we did a very, very good job of recouping our investment and came away with it with a couple lots to spare. So what we have right here is knowing that, and knowing that if we are going to go forward with a new police facility, it would have to be a new building. We have found that there are no buildings that we know of that are currently in the city that would be up to code what a essential service building would need. Essential service building has to have codes that withstand stronger winds than normal, floods, fires. In other words, your police station, your fire station, your hospitals hopefully are still standing after a catastrophic event. So there's very few buildings that would cover that. So council now realizes that to fulfill the needs of a new facility, we will have to go new. So this discussion is going to be about possible sites that are out there that we're looking at. And Georgina, we're going to turn it over to you. I hear you've done a lot of homework and analysis on some of these sites. I'm looking forward to your report.
Thank you. I'll try to make sure that all your expectations are met. I think Mandy's going to be doing the presentation I have for you.
I apologize, the download didn't work, so I'm gonna have to try it differently. Yeah, I just had to log back in. I tried to download it earlier and it downloaded. I could see it earlier, but now I can't see it. All right.
So this analysis was conducted of the potential site to give you information and help you make a better decision in the process of deciding where to put the facilities. So I've outlined 6 properties that basically have the potential to be a great site for the police facility. One of them is the service station right next to the police station that we currently have. The current police station, of course, Gary's Carpet right next door. The Dunnellon Blue Lodge site, the Powell property, and a property on East Pennsylvania. But first, before I go any further, I want to make sure I touch on very specific points that I think are important for you guys to make a decision. One of them is location. Location is it's key. It's very important. Citizens like to feel protected, and they have to have visible police presence in an area. It's extremely important. I think it helps the neighborhood. It connects the police force with the community. When looking at a site, the call volume needs to be considered and where our force is most active. Busy school nearby, possible obstacles that are presented in the area, providing easy access to the station for roll call training and other functions, as well as accessibility to those you serve. It is also important to make sure this site offers room for possible growth. These facilities are very unique, as we have officers, detectives, administrative staff, public safety, communication, dispatch personnel, individuals in police custody, and the general public. And because of this, you all must consider the variety of the uses of this building for current and future use. They need large group instruction rooms, they need tactical training rooms, they need forensic labs, evidence storage, 911 dispatch, public safety communication rooms, holding cells, interview rooms, secure areas for police and tactical vehicles, sally port and secure inmate transfer, roll call and staff meeting rooms, a place for ceremonies or departmental recognition events, a kitchen, a cafe area where they can eat, workout facilities, and space to meet with the community groups, and have a public entrance and lobby area. Another crucial component to take into account is effective and evolving technology system design, software. It goes from dispatch to patrol to forensic, and they all need to be in place and operational immediately. So these are all very important components that need to be taken into account when you're looking at these sites. A police station is not just about exterior design, but it's about having a secure and operational facility. And I can't stress, and I can't stress enough that integration and relationship building with community is a significant component of effective law enforcement. With all that, I'm going into this other site, this other slide. And this one shows the first property that I'm outlining is a lot that has 12,632 square feet with an existing structure of 2,416 square feet of gross building area. The building is concrete stucco finish with flat roof built up composition style over wood base. This property is zone B3 with setbacks on that are basically B3 has no setbacks. There is a specification of B3 that the buildings have to be no more than 25 feet. Otherwise, there is a 2 feet setback per square footage of the height of the building. You would need to rezone this property to public if you wanted to use it. It has access to US Highway 41, and it's currently is capable of having one parking space for each 250 square feet of floor area as per its zoning district. There are no retention issues with this property, and owner can provide an EPA pollution clearance certification because they already got it. Demolition costs could range anywhere from $9,664 to $24,160. The property was built in 1955, which means that building structure is pretty deteriorated by now. The current owner is asking for $300,000 as a selling price. And then that takes me to the next slide. And this is our current police building, which we already know it's in really bad condition. It has 12,187 square feet of lot area. It has 3,498 square feet of gross building area. The building is made up of concrete blocks, stucco, and masonry, with no pilasters for stability structure, and I think we went extensively on the structure component of this building back in our in other presentations. It's zone public with same setbacks as B3 as per the code. Front, side, and rear setbacks shall be no less than the corresponding minimum setback requirements applicable to each adjoining property line. In this case, adjacent properties are zone B3. It has US Highway 41 access and one parking space for each 300 square feet of floor area as per city code. That is as per city code. I'm not familiar with the amount of parking space they have right now, but that is what the city code permits. It has no retention issues. Demolition cost is estimated between $13,992 to $34,980, and it was built in 1925. And the next slide is about to come up. And this is Gary's Carpet, with a lot size of 8,712 square feet and 4,062 square feet of gross building area. The building is made up of masonry with no pilasters for stability and structure, just like the other one. It is zone B3 with the same setbacks as the property mentioned before. It has access from US 41 and has one parking space for each 250 square feet floor area as per the code. It needs to be rezoned if it was to be used for the public for the public facility, and in that case it would be 300 square feet of floor area per parking space. There are no retention issues, and demolition cost is estimated between $16,248 and $40,620. Property was built in 1955 and the selling asking price right now is $399,000. And that takes me to the next.
If I can give an update on that, I just received a phone call from Annette, the owner, and she has said that she now would take $250,000.
Now, my next slide is going to give you two scenarios. One with the service station and current police building where cost to demolition and rebuild have been calculated, as you can see there. And I broke it down into regular construction and modular construction because it's the two types of constructions that you have been considering. So for the regular construction in this specific scenario, it would be a total of $1,549,140, and that includes demolition. That's an approximate. It includes demolition and of the two properties, and the cost to build a 4,544 square foot building.
Georgina, does that 1.5, does that include the purchase price of the land as
Yes.
well? Okay, so that's
Yes,
the whole.
that's all included.
Thank
Yes,
you.
the purchase price of the land, the demolition, and the building.
The new building.
The new building, right.
Thank you.
That would be for a regular construction. For a modular construction, it would be $918,976. And that is one scenario. The second scenario is to come. I'm speaking faster than the slides come up, but the second scenario is the Gary's Carpet site with the police station. It's the same structure, basically demolition, the acquisition of Gary's Carpet, and the building of the actual structure. And you have the two layouts for regular construction and modular construction there for your information. And now the next slide is the Dunnellon Blue Lodge site. This site has 2,473 square feet in lot area and 2,496 square foot of gross building area. Of course, as you can see, it's pretty deteriorated. It is zone B3. It does have access to US 41. And the parking issue is the same, pretty much, 300 square feet per parking area. There is no retention issue, and the demolition ranges from 9,984 to 24,960. And this is just a layout of how it would be calculated based on regular construction, modular construction, including the cost of to acquire the building, the cost of demolition, and the cost of rebuilding.
And that space is big enough for the, what size building were you looking at?
This is
4,554.
544 square foot building. And then now the next slide is the Power Road vacant lot property. It's on the corner of Power Road in Illinois. It has a total lot square footage of 32,234. It's vacant, so there's nothing to demolish. It's zone RBO right now, so in order to use it, we would have to rezone it to public. It's within the historic building, the historic district, and right now the current setbacks are 25 feet of front, 12 feet of side, and 10 feet of rear. But when we rezone, it's going to be public. It's going to probably maintain the same setbacks because it's around properties that are RVOs. So public usually maintains the same setbacks. Parking is one parking space per 300 square feet. Floor area, that's basic for public districts. There might be a possible retention issue towards the back of the lot. Currently in the market price, the current market price is $85,000. Give it just a minute. Next time I'll make sure the slides go faster. This is the breakdown with the acquisition of the property and the construction, what we've been quoted. By the way, the regular construction cost has increased 60 to 75% since the last time we acquired a quote. So this is based on that increase. I kept the modular construction cost the same because it hasn't been that long since they give it to us. So the total cost would be, for regular construction, would be $1,275,000, and the modular construction to put a modular building on the lot would be $644,836. And the last parcel that I identified was a vacant lot located on East Pennsylvania Avenue. It's near the laundromat. This property has 41,382 square feet. It's zone B3 right now. It would have to be rezoned to public. It has access through East Pennsylvania Avenue. Once rezoned, it's going to have the same parking structure. This is not a flood-prone area, according to the county's information, and it's currently listed at a sale price of $345,000. An estimate to build a police facility at this location would be, for a regular construction, the approximate amount of $1,535,000. And for a modular would be $904,836. This property was provided by Ms. Hanchar with information on different lots in the area, and I just wanted to share it with you all.
I didn't pick that one, it just happens to be available.
She provided a report of all the properties that were available, and this came up, and I thought it was a really good option. For an overview of vacant properties in the area with direct access to US Highway 41, I've added a few parcels that were recommended by Mandy, that they all face US Highway 41. This property in particular is where the farmer's market is. It's zone B4, and this is just for informational purposes so that you know what's out there. This property is 6.97 acres in size, and the value, the approximate value is $427,886. It's not for sale right now, but it's vacant. I don't know that we would be able to reach out to the owners and see if they want to sell, but that's
We owned it.
That's out there.
For $1.
Is that the one over by Walmart?
That's where the old school was.
Yeah.
We owned it and we sold it.
The school, okay.
Yep.
The next property is near O'Reilly Auto Parts. It's a vacant lot right in between O'Reilly and Anderson Auto. It's 3.9 acres. It's zone B4. It would need to be rezoned to public if you were interested. Property appraiser value is about $465,148. It has a real estate sign, but I was unable to contact the listing agent. It's not in the MLS for Marion County. So apparently it's someone from Broward County that is trying to sell a property here, but it doesn't have it listed in the Marion County site. So I'm gonna have to wait for him to give me a call. And then the next property, it's right next to, it's right across from Brandon Bank. Coming up. And this one is 3.07 acres. It's zone B4. This property is currently in the market and the selling price is $1.2 million. So we are not gonna be able to afford that.
Made the executive decision. And we just identified these properties because it's been brought up several times in public meetings, that there's all this vacant property on 41, why don't we look at that?
Right.
This is why, it's very expensive, if it's even for sale.
It's very much out there. And then this last one is, it's a property right next to, across from Advance Auto. It's 0.93 acres, it's zone B4. It's okay. And it's currently under contract for $219,900. So we just missed that one. And now the next slide is an outline of all the options to consider. The first scenario that had the two properties combined, the current police station with a service station. It's about 24,829 square feet in total when you combine them. And if we were to build a 4,544 square foot building in there, if you do regular construction, it's 1,549,140, and if you do modular construction, it would be 918,976. The next scenario is the Gary's Carpet with our current police station. Combined together, it would be 20,909 square foot. With the same amount of building square footage, and regular construction would be 1,664,600. Modular construction would be 1,034,436. And then the Blue Lodge, it's about 20,473 square foot with the same type of construction. It will range between 1,300,000 to 730,000, pretty much. The Powell property is 32,234 square footage in total, and it ranges from 644,000 to 1,200,000, based on whatever you decide, if you want to go modular, if you want to go regular. And then the last one is the East Pennsylvania Avenue lot. And that is 41,382 square feet is the biggest lot available. If we were to move on this one and do a construction of that size in there, it would range anywhere from 900,000 to 1,500,000.
So, again, if I could just, could you put that back, Mandy? On the property that Gary's Carpet, and I just sent Annette a text to verify that.
Gary's Carpet?
It's 250, she just verified it, so what, that figure that she put up there would be different now.
550,000.
Yes, it would be different.
$150,000.
And also, we have to disclose, these are estimates.
Right.
Construction estimates, they're gonna change. Modular estimates are gonna change, demolition estimates may change, but until we have an architectural designed building, we are not going to be able to give you a true cost, what construction is going to be. It's gonna have to be designed, and we're gonna have to bid it out before we know what it's gonna cost, 100%. So these numbers are very, very, very estimated.
And the most important thing is that design, it should not, I mean, it's a good component, but it's not the most important. What we need to focus on is having an operational building. So just keep that in mind when you make your decisions.
Okay, finish.
And that concludes my presentation for today. I hope this helps.
Okay,
you
let's
all
go down the
make
line.
that
I'm sure
decision.
council probably has comments and some questions. Ms. Kenny?
My comment probably is goes back in time. When we first recognized that the police needed to be taken care of and facilities were not appropriate, we reached out to Sheriff Woods to see whether or not a substation could be used. And the reason I bring that up is because I was recently contacted by an individual who asked to come to my home and speak to me. He's been following this, and he has a lot of interest in the city. And he made the following comments. They are not my comments. I'm not astute enough to have made them myself, probably, but I will share what he said. He said basically that we only have approximately 2,000 people in our city, that we have gone through some very difficult times financially. We are fortunate in his mind that we have two state roads. We have State Road 40 and we have State Road 41, which he says does give us state patrol. We also have a county road, 484, and his recommendation, to cut to the chase, is that he feels before we make this kind of a decision, that we should be aware that when we talk to the sheriff, that is an elected position. He said that changes. This particular sheriff only has one more year before he will decide whether he will retire or whether he will continue to be, he will campaign for another 4-year period. And that he had very strong ties, that he said that the mistake he felt that our city made when we first talked to the sheriff is instead of going directly to the sheriff, that it would have been more appropriate if we had gone directly to Marion County. He said we could at least have talked to our district representative or anyone else that we wanted to talk to in order to get some support and some help. He said typically when you're talking to most other entities in search of help, if they're dependent upon the same Marion County or they're dependent upon the same agency that you rely on, that they can negotiate. There are things that Sheriff Woods may have wanted, and if they had been able to increase a substation for us, that might have been something that could have pleased both sides. And he was very, very complimentary of Sheriff Woods. He said that Sheriff Woods definitely was well received in terms of the county and certainly in terms of our own police because of his family relationships. But we would have had to have made something that would be appropriate in exchange. And we do not have the ability to do that, but Marion County would. So he emphasized over and over again to me, and I wish he'd gone to somebody else, I'll have to tell you, I wish he hadn't come to me. But he emphasized the fact that negotiating with Marion County would be very, or to even ask them for help would be prudent, because this is going to be very huge financial burden on us. And the limitations as to what Marion County could do to help us if we got really in a jam would be problematic. And that he had been, he was of the opinion, and he was very complimentary, I have to say, of the mayor, that we had done some serious relationship building with Marion County. So he came to me with that information. And because I have no other way to talk to anyone other than in a public meeting, this is the first time that I've been able to express it. But he did seem to be concerned that not only should we be aware that we have senior people in the sheriff's department that may want to retire, but he said you also have serious senior people who in the city might want to retire. And God forbid if Jan retired, your name was mentioned. What are we going to, how are we going to put all these pieces together? So his suggestion was that we needed to perhaps think about what happened with the fire department. That we have been successful with the exchange, even though we hated to lose our fire department. The Marion County Fire Department has stepped in at a time that was helpful to us. And also with the things that are happening right now with the cost of building and one thing or another, that we had a mayor that was more than capable of going back and talking to Marion County. And then coming back and telling the council, in fact, what the options might have been suggested. But I don't think I have to say any more than that. That makes me nervous enough to say. I'm just relaying what I was told.
So, I mean, are you advocating the possibility of, again, considering turning our policing over to Marion County? Is that what you're stating right here?
I am thinking that that could still be a possibility. It was the first possibility. But I'm also thinking that if there are other options that I'm not aware of, and I'm certainly not in a position to know what those options are, that the mayor, in this case, might be able to come back and tell us if they have any other options. But the fiscal part and the age and the issues that we have are things that do concern, I think, our taxpayers. They are concerned about it. And they are feeling that we do have state police that do help us in two major areas. And I don't think I gleaned any more than that.
Okay.
That's about as much as I got. We had coffee, we had donuts, that was it.
Okay.
Oh.
Very good. Ms. Williams?
You know,
What this conversation isn't really about is whether we keep our police department or not. It's talking about the possibility of a building and where we might want to.
I do understand that,
Okay,
sir.
so, yeah.
I do understand
Okay,
that.
very good.
And I really don't have much more to say than I've already said. I've already said it. I'm one of those, I just don't know what to say right now. I really don't. All I know is that our police department, I feel that we need our local police department. I feel that and I'm sure that we are all concerned of the situation they're in now. They're working in an unsafe environment, and they really need a professional place to work. And I just don't know what else to say.
Fair enough. Ms. Coach?
Fiscal responsibility. That's what we promised our constituents when we were elected. And in my opinion, the Powell Road property, when you look at the dollars and cents, that's what we can afford upon the sale of the church property. That's, it's going to happen very, very soon. And then there's the option to consider either the modular building or the regular stick structure. The location, Powell Road, to me makes so much sense. You would have access to both 41 and William Street. And I think I don't have to say anymore. A comment just for what Louise said. I was the one who brought up the idea of going to Sheriff Billy Woods at the time, but I've been watching very closely at the Ocala Star Banner. I read it every day. I have friends that work within the county infrastructure, and when I hear that septic tank permits are being pulled at 200 per week, you watch what's going on in the paper. Every week there's another subdivision applying for consideration within the Marion County Commission. This week it was one of 640 buildings. They're they're filling every possible space with high-density housing. And that leaves two major problems for Marion County right now. One is schools, and the other is law enforcement. Sheriff Billy Woods, just about 6 months ago, went before the county commissioners and asked for $5.2 million for a new administrative building. They turned him flat down without even much discussion. Staffing of Marion County Sheriff Department right now, they're down 45 law enforcement officers. And and more are retiring. So I think even if they looked at Dunnellon's request for funding, said, yeah, we'd like to help him, I think they would say flat out, no way, we have our own problems right here around the Ocala area because of what's coming down the road. It's happening so fast. So again, I'm for that Powell Road property, secure that property now, and then take our time and consider what kind of structure to put on that property and look at many possibilities. Again, the size of the lot also is bigger than the others that are just presented by Regina.
Okay. Vice Mayor?
Hey, Georgina, thank you for a very good presentation. It was concise and it was easy to follow. So thank you very much for all your hard work and your
My
staff.
pleasure.
It was greatly appreciated. You know, I'd love to do one of the properties. You know, love to maybe try and buy all three of the, you know, the police department, the gas station, and the Gary's carpet. But that's, you know, what I wish I could do. It does, you know, physically, financially, we just can't do that. Economically, I would have to say that the Powell Road property economically is our best option that way. Not my favorite location, but economically it would be have to be what I do. My favorite location is no longer available. So, you know, that's basically it. I would say we can't wait to see, you know, we need to make a decision. We need to get this, we need to do our due diligence. We can't wait for people to maybe retire, maybe run for office again. That's not what we're up for. We don't wait for the end of time. We have to act now, and we don't wait for later. So I don't think that's an option for the city and for our police department and for the citizens, not only the citizens that live within our city, but our neighbors, our visitors. I was just out in the parking lot, whatever it is here, and there was a young lady here from Germany and two from Brazil. So they're not part of our 2,000 residents, but they definitely spent money. And so that's who our police department also have to protect while they're visiting us. And they have to sit with juveniles waiting for operations that are in their custody. So for us to think that there's going to be a state trooper coming through, it can take them hours to get here just for a car accident. So although I think it would be a wonderful idea to have all these outside people helping us, which they would, of course, if we call, it's just not logical, and it's not a real life situation. So sadly, I would go with Powell Road. Well, I love the Powells, but you know what I mean.
Can I say something about Powell Road? You know, I remember somebody, a resident made a comment about the older people and people walking up and down that road. I am going Powell Road all the time because I do a lot of volunteer work at my church, and I hardly ever see a lot of walking traffic.
I'll just answer that because, you know, I drive that road 1,500 times a day, it seems like, and they're going to be walking on the sidewalk.
That's true.
By the mobile home park. So, you know, if they get in the way of a police car on the sidewalk, we've got some bigger issues than where to put a police building.
Okay, thank you, Council. A couple of my comments, maybe we can kind of tie this package up a little bit. When you look at the various options, the option of the properties that are abutting the police building are really tantalizing, meaning that you have the current police building and the Gary's carpet, if you're facing the police building to the right, is for sale. And as you're facing the police building, the service station to the left is for sale. So we already own the building that the police station is on. So it's a matter of purchasing either one of those and then totally expanding that area for a new building. Plenty of parking, plenty of room for expansion. A key part of that is we know that particular group of buildings don't do well visually how the city looks. So doing something right there would not only be a key place to put it, we all know that's a prime location. You would also put a brand new structure there that would be very pleasing to the eye. I'm sure if we're going to build a brand new building, it will probably be designed on the outside to have kind of a old-timey kind of feel, something that goes with the theme of the city. So that I find that really interesting. The Powell Road is pretty much a slam dunk. You have a lot just sitting there, it's clear. Powell Road is going to be in the future of Dunnellon. It's going to be a thoroughfare. There is no way this city, as we go into the future, is going to continue to allow commercial traffic to go through the historic section, 18-wheelers. Eventually, it's all going to be funneled toward Powell Road. So I don't see there being a problem there. Now, if you look at any of these figures, any figure, any way we cut or slice it or dice it, the figures are $1 million or more.
That's true.
And we all know that stretches the city budget. We all know that this project, the funding for this project is competing with one of the biggest dire needs in the city. That's the roads. The police and the roads are competing for similar tax money. What we give to one oftentimes takes from the other. So what we currently have, and this is a key to my point, is we're going to retrieve the money from the Soul Harbor Church building. I think after commissions are paid, we're going to get something around $325,000. We also, in this year's budget, it has already been budgeted, money's put aside in this year's budget for $365,000. Right now, we have $700,000 without dipping into reserves, without doing anything other than, so we have $700,000 to go forward. So my plan is, okay, to go forward, that means in next year's budget we have to come up with more money, or we have to go into reserves. We have to come up with possibly another $500,000. And that's where the rub is. So my suggestion would be, is we have already committed $700,000 to this project. That is our skin in the game. We can do that comfortably right now without anybody taking a hit. So what I would suggest is we have the $700,000. We lock in on what we think is the absolute best location for the police station. From that point, we take that money, whatever it is, whether it's the 90 from Powell Road or whether it's 200 or whatever, that comes from the $700,000 we have. Now, that money remains as for the police station. Now the balance, now you go back to staff and you say, okay, staff, we have the location, we've paid for it, we have $500,000 still sitting there for the police station. Find the money, apply for the grants. Let's go to the state and see what we can get. In other words, we have capped what we're going to put into it. And we have captured a property for whatever we want to do. Right now, there is money out there. Bellevue, not Bellevue, Williston was successful recently in getting a $2 million grant for their police station and their fire department. So what I'm saying is, what is making everybody nervous, including this council, is coming up with additional money beyond what we already have committed, knowing that that money is going to hurt what we need most, and that's our road improvements. So if we cap it, okay, what we've earmarked, we're going to buy a home for the police station, we're going to have money left over. That could be a match grant. Oftentimes grants need 20% matches, sometimes more. That money could be used for a match. And we basically say, until we find that money outside the city, this property is locked up and held, and this is what we're going for. The county has basically done that to us with the restroom. The county has said to us, this is the way they were wrestling with the restroom for years. The escalating prices. So what did the county say? When we reapproached them and got the conversation to go, they said, okay, not only here's what we're going to do. We're going to give you $425,000 for your restroom. Anything above that, you figure it out. So they have capped, they have given the majority of the money that we need, they've capped their expenses, and they've put it on us to come up with whatever difference. So what I'm saying right here, we can do the same thing. We can cap our commitment to this police facility project, capture a place for its home, and then put it on the city, the staff, and whatever, to find that money, whether it takes a year, whether it takes 2 years, whatever. And then next year and the year after that, not dipping into either our reserves or into our capital improvement funds to continue to come up with the difference. So to me, if we go about that approach, it comes down to just picking the absolute best location. You have the money for whatever that location would be. The money left over is the money we continue to have earmarked. And then it's our responsibility as a city to find grants or state funding to come up with the difference, like Lewiston did. So that's my suggestion.
So, can I ask a question?
I would like to put on our meeting agenda that we make a decision on Monday. I can have a consensus on what site.
Okay, Vice Mayor?
So, out of your comments, I mean, I think you'd love to have it where the police department is now and do that with the buildings, like I said. But are you more that the Powell Road is the most logical for financial? I wasn't quite sure I was following.
I'm open to whatever we feel as a council is best, knowing that if we do it to my formulation, we're not going to spend any more than what we've committed, because the difference would become beholden on our ability to get grants or outside funding.
Well,
so we're talking about
that's
$100,000, $150,000 difference between whatever property we might choose.
Well, the only thing that we didn't figure in is, and I thought of it while we were sitting here, is if we did the police department and we did either side of it, whichever one you could get for the price you wanted, and that would work best for us. We didn't add into our budget, you're probably figuring like, what, about a year for construction? Where do we put our police once we demolish their building? I mean,
Yeah, that's a good question.
that's probably going to be, a girlfriend of mine just rented a house and it's going to cost her for 9 months, $22,000. So those are things that we just didn't quite, it wasn't your job to figure all that out, but that's why I think buying someplace that we don't have to demolish our building and not have anywhere for them to go. And we did have in our budget for the next 3 years, 4 years? Is it 2 more years of 365,000?
I just want to qualify that.
No.
That was put in the budget over that many years. I believe it was a couple, 3 more years, only to break up the dollar amount evenly amongst multiple years. It was to be determined after this year, where would those funds come from?
Right.
So that's just an arbitrary number, truly an arbitrary amount, so that we could afford it in increments. But we'd still have to decide, where is that 365 for the next year coming from?
And I agree with you, is to try and figure out, but to put our staff solely on the purpose of finding all the rest of the money, I mean, that's already their tasks anyways, to try and find grants for us continuously. So they're already going to try and do that. But to tell them that, hey, you're not going to get any more money from the city council, you have to, it's like telling a kid, if you want the bicycle, here's your dime, but now you got to find $90 to go with it, and you're only 5 years old and you can't find the money. I mean, it's the same thing with our staff. I mean, God, we can't make them do their jobs constantly and then try and find all the money. I mean, I think that's where the city council also has to be. We have to also include us looking at our budgets and figuring out where we can get funds
Sure,
and
Vice-
work for
Sure, Vice
grants.
Mayor. We can always address it. If the city staff comes back and say, we've got some good news, we were able to obtain a $400,000 grant, but we're still shy of $100,000. I mean, city council can come back and readdress that and say, okay, so certainly it is not incumbent upon the members of city council to go out looking for grants. It's not incumbent upon members of the city council to go out on their own and lobby for money. We give staff their directions of what we need, and staff does their best to try to fulfill that.
Yes, Jan.
Would council consider debt service associated with the balance?
Excuse me?
Would council consider a loan for the balance over, I can't estimate how many years that would be, but would that be something you would consider? Is that something I could
quick
start
answer is
researching?
That would be a vote on council. But my quick answer is, we know, and the residents know, we're still already paying off a $2 million debt from Greenlight. So to borrow money for that, I don't think it would be real popular. I don't think it would be. I would be hate to be running for office in November, proposing that one, really, to tell you the truth.
I just wanted to know, if that was something that you all might want me to start researching.
You can certainly give us an opportunity to
Okay.
look at it, certainly, yes.
Okay.
Okay. So the question is, council, I think we all really aired this out pretty good. And what we're looking at right now is trying to focus on if there's a site. Certainly nothing needs to be decided 5 days from now, but where do we go with it now?
Well, I think Ms. Covich has requested it be put on the agenda on Monday night for a vote. So that is a 5-day question.
Yes.
And I'll agree with you on that. We
Just a vote.
And again, we're just talking about the property, we're not talking about the building.
correct.
That's
Right. Just capture a site, lock
Capture a
it up,
site, right.
and we'll put a sign on it, future home of Dunnellon Police Department.
Again.
Right? And
hopefully
now, believe it or not, that's a major step. That is a
Of course it
major
is.
step.
Major, major step.
Okay, put it on the agenda.
Does this mean we don't have to put it on a workshop next month?
Yes, thank you for that.
All right, thank you very much. Georgina, thank you for the report. You're going to be big on shepherding this thing through once we decide we want to do it. This is where you're going to have your opportunity to shine.
Well, if the chief allows me to, I'll be more than happy to help him.
Michelle,
All right, let's
could you
move
go to my
on.
mailbox? There's a blue folder in it.
We are now at number 6. It's the discussion of the boat launch fee program. Jan, I think this is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. council directed, Charles Dunnellon with Premier Parking gave a presentation at the last meeting at council's direction. And after that presentation, you all said, okay, let's see what a contract is going to look like. Mr. Dummett has prepared a contract for your consideration. To summarize this contract, it's a 3-year agreement. The proceeds from any fees collected, net usage fees, would be split 75% city, 25% Premier Parking. With respect to citation revenue, the proposal is for them to recover all their capital costs for the cameras and all their equipment at 100% of the citation revenue. And then after they recover those costs, it would be split 75% city, 25% Premier Parking. The terms seem reasonable from a contractual standpoint. It just depends on what you all would like to negotiate or let this go. I do understand that we have to do an ordinance to be able to collect the fees, and you'd have to determine what you want your fees to be. But this is just a contract. They do everything. We sit back and I monitor their collections to make sure, basically to keep them honest, and we take in the revenue. Otherwise, there is really no work on the part of the city as far as too much staff time spent collecting these fees. They do everything. There is a clause in this contract that if any citations are voided, they allow, I believe it, I'm going to have to read it again, but I believe they allow 2 or 3 per month. After that, there would be a $35 fee that the city would have to pay for voided citations.
Explain that. We void. Someone comes and
Okay,
complains.
somebody complains,
Yes.
and we, the city, say, okay, let's just let it slide. Let's give them a pass this time around. If we do that more than 2 or 3 times a month, then there's a fee that we would be paying to void those citations. Those legitimate citations, meaning it's a violation. They didn't pay the fee, they get cited.
This is in the contract.
It is in the contract.
And all contracts until they're signed are negotiable.
Everything is negotiable. So, and that's what this discussion is about. If you'd like to see any terms changed, it is a 3-year agreement. I believe it's auto-renew, but of course there's an out clause, termination clause on both sides. So it's just what you all would like to implement, or see implemented, I should say.
I just have one question. This contract, is this for 1 year, 2 year, 3 or 4 years?
It's a 3-year agreement.
It's a 3-year.
Yes.
Okay, and once we sign, we're obligated to do services for 3 years.
Yes, as far as termination, let me just get to that clause. Either party may terminate this agreement at any time for any reason or no reason upon 90 days written notice to the other party.
That's what I wanted to hear. Thank you.
So, Andrew, what kind of work would you have to do if this is something the city wanted to go forward with? Kind of walk us through from, let's say the answer tonight or next week is yes. So where do we go from there?
Well, I've received a draft copy of the contract, which needs some work to it just regarding indemnification, the typical things that modify. This company is a Louisiana company, and so there are some differences in law there, and so it does need some work. So as far as a contract goes, simply that just needs to be updated legally. As far as how the city proceeds to implement the program, there needs to be an ordinance, as Jan stated, that essentially creates the program. That's the first step, and sets the fees, because the fees have to be stated by ordinance. From there, it's simply entering into a contract and working with the company to come out to an arrangement that you're happy with. When I go through it, I look at it to make sure the city's protected from a legal standpoint. And while I may comment to, Mandy, as far as the business aspect and so forth, That's not so much the legal, that's more of the meat and potatoes that council and staff looks at and decides what they're comfortable with entering. So, what you would see is a legal contract that's had my review. If you go forward and want to integrate the program, then, as I said, the next step is creating that ordinance. And that's the process that you're looking at. And justification by staff for whatever fee you do want to charge. You do set your fees, but remember there are certain legal thresholds and so forth that fall with the amount of fees you can charge. And so it's just coming up with that as well, which becomes part of the ordinance, part of your decision-making process.
So realistically, we just went through the process of an ordinance. We know how tough and how many steps that takes. So it would seem that to implement this, to do the legal work, the ordinances, the vetting, the discussion of what we want to charge and all that sort of stuff, realistically, this could be 6 months down the road.
It could be. Some ordinances move faster than others. You'd have to allow, of course, for 2 readings and probably some discussion and working on it in workshops. So, I'd say at a minimum 2 months, at a maximum. I mean, of course, that maximum, there's no ceiling on that. That's all up to you. But between 2 and 6 months is reasonable. I think that it could be accomplished quite a bit faster than 6 months.
It would be my feeling if we were going to implement something like this, implementing it in a period of time when it's not at the absolute peak, it would be best. Like if it kind of, this is already May right now. So if this thing was implemented in the fall when the pressure on the ramp wasn't quite as much, it would allow kind of like a soft opening for a business. I would hate to open this up start this on the 4th of July weekend, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, I want those from Carlson. But, and to your point though, if we go ahead and do it, even if we go ahead and let's say it only takes 2 months to get the ordinances through, let's just say we can get that passed, we don't have to start it until September 15th. I mean, correct, Andrew?
You can always set whatever date you'd like in there, sure.
That's what so we can go ahead and do the work. Let's not put this off for 6 months. Let's get the work done if this is what we want to do. I mean, I was traveling again all weekend and everywhere I went was, a kiosk or a whatever. So it's just the way that it all goes. But yeah, I think if we do it now, get it done, and then like you said, if we don't want to do it on July 4th, especially during election season, we'll be, but I think, doing it
If
after
we do it on the
Memorial
4th
Day.
of July, you can stand on our rail.
I will, I'll collect money. But I think doing it after Labor Day, started after Labor Day, because then the snowbirds come, and it's kind of a soft opening, like you said. So I think going ahead, getting it done, but doing a soft opening and then posting it for the next 3 months during the July 4th season. Please remember, starting September 15th, we start a new policy of collecting funds. We've given everybody 3 or 4 months to heads up it.
I think even Citrus County, once they put it into play,
Yeah, they still gave
they waited 30 to 60 days before they actually started to give citations that they wanted to collect.
Right, yeah.
They would send out warnings to give everybody.
Yeah, I think it'd be a good idea to start now and then not do it till September.
Yes, Ms. Kenny?
I have a question in regard to the 75-25. There was a stipulation that you read prior to that the company has to retrieve the cost of implementing, putting in the infrastructure.
Yes, that would be based strictly on just citation revenue. The city would still receive their usage fees if you decide to keep the 75-25 percentage.
Okay.
But the citation revenue, which contractually is the same percentage, once they recoup their capital costs, the cost for the cameras, the poles, they're paying for the signage, any of those fees, once that's fully recovered, then the 75-25 split kicks in.
And did they give you any idea typically how much the initial cost for them put in the infrastructure?
No, that's a question that I would have, and I would want to know what the capital costs are so that I could monitor that as well, based on their reporting, what they're collecting and when they reach that threshold.
That would be important, that would be important, yeah.
Okay, so where do we go with it now?
Well, my opinion is, do you like the terms? If you don't like the terms, I think if council discusses any changes, I can take that back to Mr. Dummett and let them work on it, either agree to it or come back with something else. Now's the time to negotiate.
I think council probably really needs the time now to really sit down and go line by line over it.
Okay?
So I don't know if we'll be prepared to say, maybe we would be in 5 days. Maybe we would table it for next month.
Okay.
Well, as Andrew pointed out, you have to have the ordinance in place before you can approve the agreement. So you can vet those terms through your ordinance process over the next several months.
Okay.
And then we would once the ordinance was passed, then we would bring the agreement back to you because the terms of the agreement would have to match the provisions of the ordinance.
Okay, thank you.
And that would come after the ordinance.
Thank you.
So we need to direct staff then to, well, I guess we need to vote on it Monday to direct staff to proceed.
Well, you don't necessarily need to vote on it. If you tell us, Andrew, y'all go ahead and start working on drafting an ordinance and bring it back to us at the workshop next month, we can do that.
Okay, we have a consensus on that?
I'm good with that.
Yes? Okay. Very good. Okay, we're moving on for everybody that's here, hanging in there. Number 7, commercial use of city-owned property. This is an extension of what we were discussing last month. We went through an ordinance that we created for Blue Run Park that dealt with commercial activity, where the original documents when the park was created had very specific wordage about limiting and not allowing commercial activity. And that was specific to that park. But the other governmental property that we own isn't bound to those things that were part of the original documents that created Blue Run Park. A lot of things had to be agreed to by various agencies before the funding would come forward, and that was one of them. But the other properties we have are not tied into that. The other properties that the city owns can be used if we authorize it, if we agree to it, if permission is asked. For instance, right now, our parking lot in front of the building, it's city property, and we do have an agreement with Blue Gator where they are paying a monthly fee to use the parking. So right now, in talking with staff, trying to get an idea of what we have in place that allows us the consideration of using city property for commercial use, it seems like there's a little work to do. So I just, right now, we know that Mr. Sims has his singing tours that he uses the boat ramp for and has for years. We know one of the kayak companies, at least one of them, is currently using this property for their takeout. So what we have to do is address how we go about regulating that, how we go about authorizing that. It just can't be where anybody who wants to can come and use city property without, for commercial reasons, without an explanation, without permission, without authorization. So that's what this is. It's just to talk about what we can do to kind of see how we run our business in the city. So.
Mr. Mayor, I know the police were going to be kind of keeping an eye on everything, and I don't know if Lieutenant has any response that he can give us about how it's been going.
At the boat ramp,
Yes, sir.
we haven't had any issues at all.
Thank you. That's positive. I'm glad to hear that. Thank you, gentlemen, for working on that for us. Go ahead. Oh, no, I was just, go ahead.
Answering, I mean, you have an idea what we're talking about here, you know. It's sort of similar to what we're going to get into with the Little League field. When you have people outside the Little League that have organized teams or whatever, and they want to use the Little League field, you know, what they should go through before they just go out and start using the Little League field. So where we're at is, if it is going to be allowed, just like the Blue Gator, for a while, his customers were just parking here with no permission, with no authorization. It was just coming here. So the city finally stepped up and said, wait a second, this is city property. We have to work something out. And I know it was contentious, but it was worked out. So what I'm saying from this point forward, when we have commercial entities that are trying to use city property, what is the process by which we allow that to happen if we want it to happen?
Well, I think you have a model, and it may or may not be one that works for the city. I'm not familiar with all the ins and outs of it, but you do have the commercial park pass system with the county for some of their parks and so forth. So you see what they've implemented as far as issuing certain licenses and so forth to utilize county property. And there are a number of local governments that have a system like that, so a pass type of program that allows a business to apply. There are certain restrictions in place that they have to satisfy and criteria, and you know that would be something that the city could look at if it wants to.
Council, any comments? This is just so we know what's going on and we can control what's going on.
That's what I was thinking, was a permit or a use pass or a use fee, you know, and the city deciding, can we allow 3 businesses on here? Can we allow 5 businesses? You know, those types of things, because you don't, you know, we can't just tell 50 businesses that, yes, you can all bring in your, you know, rubber ducky mats to the location, just being something crazy. So I think we need to, regardless if it's, you know, any of the 2 gentlemen that are here in the audience now, I think we need to set up a parameters for how we look at businesses. I mean, is it a food truck? I mean, we're just thinking river access, but I mean, it could be somebody that wants to do a food truck here. So, it would really be a great business. But I mean, so those are the kinds of things that we really need to look at, not just look at the 2 people that are sitting in the audience that we know that it's affecting right now, but the bigger picture of the businesses that aren't even here yet, and recognizing those that have been here. How can we, you know, is it a lottery system that we need to do? Is it, you know, but I think really going out to the county, looking at how they do it in Marion and Citrus County, since we are so close to one another. I think Mr. Anderson, a few months ago, tried bringing to us a business plan, a business proposal on that, and it, I think, I know for myself, I would like to see a copy of something like that we can see what the business owners are even looking at. So kind of get, I mean, I know this is a workshop and we can't all just sit down and, you know, individually, you know, as a group and talk about it, you know. But I'd like for us to maybe get something from those that are wanting to participate here and see what their thoughts are, and then see how we can maybe merge their ideas with what is in best interest for the city as well. And they are citizens of Dunnellon, I might add, most of these businesses. So we're only helping our own citizens, you know, use their properties that they're paying taxpayer dollars for as well. So I think that's something that we need to also remember.
So council, would you be okay in directing Andrew or staff to look into setting up some guidelines on how we go about implementing and controlling the use of city property?
Yes, sir.
Right? I'm going to get you some super glue.
We need super glue here. Yeah, I think this idea of having some kind of contractual agreement with those two parties that keep coming to our meetings. But sooner or later.
Excuse me, this Vice Mayor Hanshire's point is this is global.
Yeah.
This is global. This isn't for any
Okay,
two.
discussion, right.
This is like what we
Discussion,
do
right.
from this point
Yeah.
forward when we're approached or
Yeah,
someone else.
I agree with Councilwoman Hancher. We need to open discussion and look at possibilities.
Anyone else want to comment?
I definitely think we need to ask our attorney to get some guidelines for us, because we are limited in what property that we have and how we want to utilize it.
Yeah. For instance, let's say someone moved into town and they wanted to have every 30 minutes an airboat tour coming off of our boat ramp. So we would have to have some guidelines of what we're going to allow and what we're not going to allow. So, Andrew, what do you think? You're just looking at me kind of like, what am I supposed to do with this?
Yeah, I think the first step, it's something that you can direct. What I can bring to you, and in conjunction with staff, are some of the programs, as Vice Mayor pointed out, with Citrus County. Of course, I made mention of Marion County. We're taking a look at that, kind of those parameters, perhaps the next discussion workshop, as well as maybe just bringing some models to you. And from there, the Blue Run Park ordinance took quite a while. This is one that could too, and there are some parts of state law that will be affecting this. Of course, you're, I think, fortunate in this stage to be getting ahead of the game, at least from what staff has identified as business utilizing city property commercially. So I think the next step would just be to grab some information and to get some feedback, if that's what you all would like, and we could move forward with that, as well as staff could engage the business community to get some feedback from them, if that's your preference. I think that'd be a good first step in putting something together for you.
Put that on the June workshop, okay? So do what you can, and we'll continue the discussion. Anything else, Council?
Go to the next one.
All right, let's go. Number 8, the tri-party agreement between Dunnellon, Marion County, and the Dunnellon Little League. Mandy, Andrew, you're just going to kind of segue us into that one.
Yeah, I received this tri-party agreement from Mr. Couillard last week. And what this does is it sets up an agreement between the county, the city, and the Little League, so that the county can go out and start making the improvements that they received the donation for, and then the matching funds. So they've got the $100,000 and they want to get to work. They were hoping around July. One of the things that we ran into is our agreement with our lease agreement with the state requires us to have a management plan for that park before we can make any significant improvements. So I've reached out to Mickey Thomason, and he's helping me try and get something together. He said it's probably very simple, like a 2-page document. He's put me in contact with someone else at the state level to try and maybe get something like that in place pretty quickly, so not to hold this up. And he even suggested that, we may be able to get around that requirement temporarily, knowing that, there's money sitting there and the county's ready to go to work, and instead of holding them up, is this something, as long as we send this agreement up to the state and they have no problem with it, but we've got to run it through them first, and then Andrew has it, he'll be looking at it, And so once we can get some sort of agreement from the state that says, yes, y'all go ahead, we agree with this, then we'll bring it back to you, hopefully, council meeting next month for you to sign off and so they can get to work.
Andrew, go ahead.
That's accurate.
All right, put it on next month's,
And I did try and help her find a
Well, I
baseball
was
card
terrified. I mean,
management.
Listen, this agreement that's been in place for almost 30 years, I think it was 1998, with the Little League, that requirement has been in that agreement the whole time. And it's just never been addressed. And so, just trying to do things the right way and keep the state from, canceling our sublease and getting in trouble with them, I just don't want to do anything to jeopardize that.
I called Levy, Citrus, Marion, I called up to the state, Little League, I called everybody, nobody had one to give us.
Apparently, the state hasn't had that much of an issue with it for a lot of years, but I sort of panicked because I'm thinking Dunnellon Park Management Plan, oh dear Lord, what am I getting into? But Mickey said it's nothing that extensive. It can just be a simple 2 or 3 page document, so.
okay. Council, you ready to move on?
Yep.
Okay, let's go to number 9. It has me as being the presenter. I'm just going to say a couple things, and I think I'm going to turn this one over to Troy. It's been brought to the city's attention recently. The Little League has had this field since the 70s. I don't know how often this has happened, but apparently now there's a question of outside teams outside of the Little League coming and using the facility. And it's very similar to what we talked about. It's a city park run by the Little League, and people, organized teams are using it, and how to regulate and control that. I'm going to hear from Mr. Hand, and why don't you take it from there, Troy? I think you're on the summary form.
All right. I'll read straight from the summary form here. It says the city's lease agreement is with the state. The use agreement is with the Dunnellon Little League, requiring that the facility shall continue to be a public facility with access to all Marion County residents. Use agreement further states, section 8B, the Little League, in coordination with the city, shall be responsible for coordinating all organized use of the property and facilities. In response to this concern expressed by the members of the public and organized groups who are interested in utilizing said public property, Adam Parker, with the Dunnellon Little League president, has advised us of the following. The Dunnellon Little League has created an event coordinator position within the board that will be handling the request usage of the field. Any request use of a field will email the Little League at the email address posted at the entrance. The event coordinator will check our Little League practice and game schedules, contact the requested party, and assist them with such requests. The city staff will continue to work with the Dunnellon Little League to ensure that this resolves the public concern regarding access to the fields. Council have any questions?
So the question that I would first have, that sounds practical, rational, and good. Who has final say?
Okay, if I may, I'm also going to reflect on some of the questions that was asked earlier at the beginning of the meeting pertaining to that too.
My question is, okay, the Little League has come up with its plan, and this is what they want to do, and it's presented to the city, and the city disagrees with their plan. Who is the final say on whether the plan goes into effect or not?
Question?
Well, ultimately, and this is an older agreement that the city has had. But nevertheless, the city is the one charged with the sublease of administering the fields and so forth. Now, per the use agreement, some of that, the Little League assists with that and takes care of utilities and that sort of thing with the facility. But ultimately, as you see in the staff report and the explanation, which cites to Section 8B, the Little League is responsible for coordinating usage and so forth with the city. So the city ultimately has responsibility for administrating that use agreement and can cancel it if there's any breach. So if coordination is not up to snuff, then ultimately it's the city that has the authority here.
But it's just like, I mean, like for instance, we lease out the art building, right? The building where the art is. And we do, and they do, I mean, it is still public because it's owned by the it's owned by the city, right?
Both of those are use agreements. They're similar to leases, but it doesn't convey the same ability to exclude individuals from the properties that you would see in a lease agreement, although it is similar to a lease agreement.
Okay.
Yes.
So, but I mean, and I understand what the Little League is worried about, and we never had it when we were out there, I guess. Yes, you had your kids going out there, with dad throwing the ball, or boy taking his girlfriend out there trying to show her how cool he is with the bat. but I guess now we've got these other teams that are coming out, and it does say Marion County residents. And so I think that's another thing that, they haven't quite looked at, is a lot of kids don't live within Marion County that are probably trying to use these fields, which is fine. I mean, but I just want to make sure that I know for a fact that the Little League is going to be as cordial as they can be, but the fact that they are out there practically 24/7 maintaining those properties, and I think the coordinating of a new event planner is an excellent idea, and I think it's a great fundraising for them as well. $25, like the young lady said, $25 a session or whatever it might be. And if they make a mistake, I mean, there's no issue that they can't do that, correct?
Charge for usage?
Mm-hmm. For the use of like electric.
If that's the case, that would have to be checked and coordinated with the sublease, with the city sublease, to make sure that charging for that, a third-party charge, because any kind of a lease and so forth needs to be, it should be approved by the state. To my knowledge.
Well, it'd be just like it's just a usage fee, like for paying for the utilities or a cleanup fee. And would that be an issue?
I would have to review again that state document. It's a long one, and I have looked at it before. But off the top, typically when you see those type of state documents, I mean, they're just as with Blue Run Park, and this is completely different, obviously, than Blue Run Park as far as what's in that agreement, that sublease for state lands with the city. But typically there are restrictions on fees and that sort of thing in there. I do not recall off the top of my head what is in that one.
You would look for that, but they don't violate anything, because I think it's a great idea to make money. And help pay for the fee, to clean up and the maintenance that they do out there, volunteer. So I think this is.
Troy, I know you have some more points.
I'm sorry.
Let me give you an exaggerated situation. And the reason I want to know where the city stands on this is it's almost a judicial thing. The Little League, I'm going to give you a hypothetical that won't happen, but could for a point. The Little League doesn't like the idea that travel teams are coming in and using the field, because by them using the field, they have to go back out there and harrow it. They have to pick up the paper and whatever. So in order to discourage the use of the Little League field, they say the time that it is open for the travel team is between 9 and 11 a.m. Sunday morning. So the Little League, the travel team comes up and says, whoa, wait a second. That doesn't work. No, this is what we're giving you. So if something like that would happen, where does the city have an opportunity to get involved and say, wait a second, this is unreasonable?
It's the same provision. As I said, this agreement has been in place for a long time. The city can certainly, negotiate more stringent terms if it wishes to in place in the agreement to add more specificity. This particular provision is it's not super specific. It requires coordination. But ultimately, as I said, the city is the administrator of these fields. So I think the city has a lot of say. And while it could be written to the agreement, it's implicit, the city's in charge here. So I would look to that provision and simply say the city's not happy with the coordination and wants you to move in a different direction. If it needs to be more specific in an agreement, then that's something to look at in the future or now.
Okay, very good. Everybody good? All right. Is the Little League going to speak to this subject at the end of the meeting?
Do we want to allow them?
Or you can, rather than make you sit here and wait.
I was going to say something.
Sure.
He's with the Little League.
Who are you, sir? Come on up. Just keep in mind, this is just discussion.
Yes,
We haven't decided anything.
Yes, sir. Shane Stevens, 11740 North Farmwood Avenue, Dunnellon, Florida. The only thing I'm gonna say is, I understand both sides, but I grew up here since I was 7 years old. I played at Dunnellon Little League. I've seen a lot of presidents come in, seen a lot of presidents go out. I coach now, and I just got on board because I said if I want to put in my 2 cents, I gotta be on there, My problem is, it's not with the kids, because it's all about kids. And I know Adam is 100% for kids. We'll do whatever we can. And don't take this in the wrong way, but I feel like the city having too much power on that. We're the ones that go out there and clean the toilets. We're the ones that go out there. My dad bought an electric 4 years ago, 5 years ago. We put in all the poles for the softball field, free. When the coolers went out, Bingo Hall stepped up and said, here, there's some commercial coolers. So it's the community, Dunnellon, that is backing Dunnellon Little League and has for years. When I played for Nall's Drugstore. You had Dinner Bell. Those were the teams that I played for. So coaching my daughter and my sons that are still going out there today, I feel it's unfair. And not just the travel ball teams, but it is kind of a step in the city space because these kids don't represent Dunnellon. We just had a softball tournament last week and we had 2 major in Crystal River. Dunnellon team was in the finals for the senior girls. The major girls, both Dunnellon teams were in the finals. Beat everybody else. Empress, Shady Hills, this and that. So this is Dunnellon, and I'm proud of Dunnellon. I've lived here my whole life. My great-grandfather lived here a lot longer before I was here. Valerie's my cousin. So my thing is it's just, there's a long history here. And Dunnellon Little League is a huge part of that history. It really upset me and embarrassed me when we used to do the parade through the whole town. I understand with cops and the way growth has gone through the roof in Dunnellon, it's not safe to do that. So we're fine at the bingo hall there. But anyway, back to my thing is, I just feel it's not that we're saying, hey, you can't. We're texting coaches every single day saying, hey, is the minor field open? No, we have this going on. Hey, is the major field open? No or yes. It's difficult for us as Dunnellon Little League to play on fields. And sometimes the only time we can practice is on a Saturday or Sunday. Or we got to go across the bridge, cross by front porch, and play on that field. So it's not like we're just sucking up, the Little League fields. We have to go elsewhere too, but it's not fair when we are the ones out there doing all of the work, paying the electric bill, buying the food for the concessions, which helps pay our electric bill and our water bill and the gas. you know, for the lawnmowers, and when the lawnmowers break down, we gotta fix it, or, you know, there's a lot to it that we as parents and volunteers have to do. And it's not that we're trying to be ugly, it's the fact of, hey, we should have first rights. That's how I honestly feel, is that we should have first rights. And like I said, Adam's an awesome man, and he's not gonna deny anybody. If there's openings, we'll make it work. But I don't want it to be, you know, a back and forth kind of thing with, you know, some parents and going on social media and, you know, bad mouthing this and that. Dunnellon Little League has been here since I've been here, and I want it to stay here. I don't like it to get egg in its face, because the people that we have on the board now and the way that it's going, I feel good about that, or I wouldn't have joined the board. You know, I wouldn't still have my kids out. So that's really all I have to say.
And we understand, we're with you.
Okay.
We're with, all we're talking about is with us, with our coordination, our help if we can. You guys run your thing. We're just talking about if there becomes a controversial thing.
Oh, I totally understand.
Where's the city at with something like that? We, as you know, we did contribute $15,000 this year, and we do certain things. So we're behind you. Yeah. This is just a continuation of the discussion. City property? Who ultimately has the final say? That's all this is.
And I understand that. And the only thing that I would say on that note is that goes both ways, as far as if you all come with agreement, like on this day, if they don't contribute in their part as far as leaving it clean, this and that, I would expect the city to step up to the outsiders and say, well, all right, enough's enough, you can't no more.
And that's possible.
Yeah. Thank you.
And that is possible. I like the idea of, I remember I coached high school baseball, this will be real quick, in Sarasota. And we were fortunate to play on the field where the White Sox spring trained. And taught at Booker High School. And whenever we wanted to play a night game, there's no charge on a day game, but when we wanted to play a night game, we had to pay the city $75. So, you know, charging fees for use, like Andrew said, there may be some state things you have to look at, but I would consider that too. If you're going to have to re-harrow the field and you're going to have to do certain things after an outside team comes in, let them know there's a fee. If it's doable, why not? Yeah.
On that note, we all pay fees as far as like when we sign our kids up. So maybe, Andrew, I don't know if that's something else too, like, hey, if you want to use it this year, this spring, from this month to this month, it's a $400 registration fee. Do you see what it's, because like all the parents have to pay $50 or $65 for their kids to play on the team, which helps pay for all the utilities and the toiletries and stuff like that. So maybe that would be something that you go in and say, okay, if you are travel ball and you're, you know, it's a 400, 300, whatever it is, from this month to this month, 6-month period, whatever, you have to pay a registration fee to kind of put back on them to help with that.
Andrew, got a comment on that?
Yeah, I think these are things that all can be explored in looking at that state agreement, and ultimately, you know, these are proposals that it might just need to be brought to the state and make sure the state's fine with it. They're state lands at the end of the day. You know, if these were city lands, there are some constraints that all local governments have, but there would be less, but we are dealing with state lands. So that is certainly something that that can be looked at.
Very healthy exchange, good exchange of some ideas. All right. With that said, we're going to number 10. We got some pretty good news here. Y'all probably know most of it. Number 10, the Blue Run Park restroom project. Mandy, you going to lead us into that?
Yes, sir. You should have an agenda summary form in front of you somewhere up there that I got finalized late this afternoon. I did coordinate to confirm some of that information and those numbers with Mr. Couillard. So I didn't get it published with the agenda yesterday. I had to wait. Well, here's the plans. We'll in that right now. Okay. Oh, it's in that. But we met with Troy, Mayor, and I met with Mr. Couillard last Thursday, and Mr. Vibert joined us in that discussion to talk about the design. I will bring that up. If you or Troy want to sort of speak to this, pulling up the agenda summary with those numbers. Get to that next page. Zoom this in. It's probably about as big as I'm going to get it with you being able to see. Is that
confusing as muddy water?
Yeah, I was gonna say, pick one of the different images that actually shows the utility.
So Troy, why don't you just, while we're looking at that, why don't you just describe what the buildings are? It's hard to see. Just tell us what the women's side and the men's side have and take it from there.
All right, so in our meeting with Jim Couillard this past week and with county officials a few weeks ago, we had talked about the design of the bathrooms and if any modifications could be made to the design to help reduce the cost of the project. This past week, we found out that it is a reduced design from the original. There's 3 stalls for the women's side, and there's 2 stalls and 1 urinal for the men's side with 2 sinks in each one. And of course, one of the two stalls in each of the rooms is going to be ADA accessible. So it's pretty much down to the smallest size that they would recommend for a park of that size and the volume of usage, right? By shrinking it any smaller, it would cost us more in engineering fees to go back to design, but ultimately wouldn't be saving much money. So if you, and also we looked at right there, Randy, that's a good one. Yeah. You look at the bottom, in the center of the screen now. You'll see the men's bathroom on one side with 2 commodes and a urinal. The women's on the bottom part of the screen there with 3 commodes and the sinks. One of the things we thought about reducing in the design is the overhang over the front door, or even the plumbing face, the janitorial area. Those are necessities to the building. And if we did anything other than changing the cosmetics, we're only changing the project by a few dollars. So I think collectively we all agreed in both of those meetings we leave it the way it is. We don't have any more engineering or architectural fees. And with the efforts with the contributions from the county, with the contributions from FGUA, U.S. Water, and the finding of the pre-placement of the utility chase lines, I think we've got the project within a reachable scope. It is set up with full power, lighting. The rough estimates are coming in. That includes all utilities, power, the lift station, plumbing, whatever we need on site.
Say that so it's just not showing
Say that again?
She's having technical difficulties.
So are there any questions about the design of the bathrooms?
Do we have a picture of the elevation, what it would look like from the outside?
I think, yeah, one of the pages there has the...
I mean, that's really, you can see this.
You actually have one in the package.
This looks the part. Do we have that, Mandy?
What's that?
Change the page. Flip the page. We
The
should have one
elevation, what
that
it looks like, what it looks like on the outside.
Oh, yeah.
should have the picture of, there it is.
You guys have a portable.
No.
So on the bottom right corner on my screen, yeah, bottom right of yours, you'll see the doors leading into the bathrooms. They're louver doors, louver vent system across the top with an exhaust fan system in there for fresh air exchange. The bottom left, You'll see the squares on the roof line there, those are skylights. They'll reduce on the cost of electricity during the day. However, there is standard lighting in the building and under the porch. So on the rainy days or as it gets dark early in the evenings, if there's still users at the park, it does have power to it. And of course, from the backside there, you'll see the one access door to the janitorial room. And I do know they're talking about the water fountains at the front there are both drinking fountains as well as they have an adapter form for filling your water bottles.
Yeah, this is sort of the summary that I was referring to as far as the funding and the project design summary. And Mayor, you had asked us to sort of outline what the next steps would be in the process. And I did work with Mr. Couillard yesterday to confirm some of this. And of course, you know, timelines, we're not ready to produce anything like that yet. But the funding, the total funding, $499,381 is $413,981 contribution by the county, which is the $138,981 is the remainder of what they originally had budgeted plus $275,000 new commitment. Then the city's commitment, the in-kind service for water and wastewater for FGUA and US Water, $25,000 each. Total estimated cost minus the available funding leaves a unfunded balance of $173,818. As the mayor was stating earlier, that is what we would have to consider funding if we want to construct the restroom as it is, or either consider what the county refers to as the value engineering, have to downsize it, maybe take away some of the fancy stuff, but it's like the rock and all on the outside, but like Mr. Couillard said, it wouldn't make that much of a difference, maybe a couple $1,000s. But it has two men's stalls, one ADA, one urinal, 2 sinks, 3 stalls in the women's, one being ADA, 2 sinks. As you can see in the drawing, the covered entry with the columns, water fountain, water filling station, the native field stone veneer, skylights, and electrical lighting and fresh intake louvers and exhaust fans. Then the next steps would be, and I have already reached out to obtain written commitments from FGUA and US Water. Council would need to analyze additional funding options and resources for the unfunded balance. And once there was a solid city council commitment, the county would move forward with bid solicitations and authorization to start the utility construction, and move to general contractor. And it's just a matter of funding at this point and getting to that point where we've committed that so that the county picks up and starts moving on it.
I have one additional comment. Mandy, I'm going to ask you this question at the same time. I see your breakdown of the funding that we have available in the in-kind services, but also keep in mind, I don't think we have subtracted the potential $50,000 to $60,000 saving for the conduits already being on site for the electric, the water.
And that was not, because that has not been identified as a definite
Right. It is
amount
only,
or a definite savings off of the 673. So that, I'm sure, will come whenever they evaluate the utilities and get another estimated cost on the installation of those utilities. It could very well come under, $52,000 to $60,000 less than what they had thought. But we haven't confirmed that yet, so I don't want to put that number out.
So the number that the county has thrown out to us is out of that balance of 173, they feel that since Troy, and congratulations Troy, went out and found that indeed the infrastructure was already placed, they feel that that in itself may save $50,000. So if that is true, that 173 balance would be to 125. So if you just try to boil this down as we usually do, if we have this project that may be worth, and keep in mind, it's like $200,000 for the infrastructure. That's where the money is. The county, if you look at that one line where it says expected projection cost, well, that 673 more than likely is going to be 50,000 less than that, because that's considering that the infrastructure would have to be put in. You'd have to tear out the parking lot and put it in. So now the next number is key, other than our contribution of 35,000 between FGUA, U.S. Water, and Marion County. Best part of $500,000 is being put up. So in our best case scenario on that 173, which would be our additional commitment, if you lock 50,000 off of that, we basically are being given $500,000 if we match with 125. And you can have a restroom that is on par with the looks of what the state did with the tunnel, what the state and the other agencies did with the Withlacoochee Walkover Bridge, with the quality of the tuber takeout. It makes this restroom harmonious with everything else that has been done. It would be disappointing to have everything done with such, in the right way, than to come up on the short end with a restroom that is just basic. And keep in mind that that restroom is going to be part of the trail system. We're going to get appropriations for the pedestrian bridge and the improvement on Pennsylvania. So it's kind of key. It's kind of key to have a nice restroom right there. So you said to me, if something's going to cost $625,000, I'll give you $500,000 if you come up with the balance. I want to sit down and sign a contract with you. That sounds like pretty good business to me. So kind of where I'm at with this.
And I think Troy would agree, even if we do save the 50,000 off of the 173, you would still need to consider contingency for the project.
Absolutely, that's what I was going to say too. Even though this number, the 673, which is over a year old now, has a rough amount in it for some contingency, this has not officially gone out to bid to multiple contractors. So this number could come in lower, could come in higher. You look at it the same way we do with our road projects. When the engineers and I come to you and say, you know, this is what we'd like to have in a budget to do the next project, we have built-in contingencies. There's no guarantee that number is higher or lower than what it's going to come in at. So my recommendation to council is, if the number's right now, like Randy said, the 50,000 is an unknown. That's just a rough, it could save, we could save it, we may not. If I was council, I would say plan on locking in the 175 or 173.
In other words, worst case scenario.
Worst case scenario, in my opinion, today. When it goes to bid, we'll see what the project's going to actually cost us, right? And it may be way lower than we anticipate. We don't know where the construction market's going to be in a year. I do know that plywood is balanced out, and your steel materials are starting to come down in cost.
Well, one interesting thing you shared with me and with your expertise on construction is we're not building a house here with crown molding and marble countertops and tile or hickory board wood floors. You know, it's a restroom that's concrete block with pre-built toilets that are bolted to the floor.
And we're not talking about tile floors.
So when I see these numbers that it's going to cost $200,000 for the infrastructure, but now it's going to cost an additional $500,000 to build a concrete block building that has toilets and molten metal stalls and some mirrors and some sinks. I mean, I just don't know where those figures come from. I mean, I just can't imagine.
Well, like we had discussed in the meeting with the county and Jim Cooler, those numbers came from the architect, based on material cost at that time and inflation adjustments and contingencies. So I'm pretty confident the numbers are going to come in less. But if we're going to move forward, let's be prepared to pay what we anticipate the bill to be at 673. So we would put the 173, lock it in, set it aside.
My house doesn't cost this much, people. Hey, Jan. Guess what? Where we gonna find
I gotta find
175,000?
173,000.
That's what you figured.
How soon do y'all need it?
6 months?
I was going to say Monday, so I can call the county and let them know we got it.
Troy, forget it.
Now, Troy, I saw some yellow tape on the side of one of those portables out there on Blue Run Park as I was starting to walk this morning.
On the
You know what
backside
I'm
of
talking
it?
about? Yeah.
Probably from where we did our exploratory dig. It's just,
The portable's here, and then on this side, there's this yellow tape.
yeah. It's where we found some of the utility pipelines and stuff like that. They probably left that tape up so people don't trip on it or.
Okay.
But really and truly, where are we gonna,
Well, my question, how soon do you need it? We are starting budget process.
It would probably be
So-
next year.
Okay, so I can put this in my folder, all the things we need, and see what I can do to fit in the budget with negotiating amongst the department heads.
I think like we talked earlier, Vice Mayor and myself exchanging, I know the county because they have verbalized it with me, that they would prefer to start something like this in the off-season. They don't want to, again, be doing
So
that.
I'll plan on looking for the money, or identifying the funding source, I should say, in next year's budget.
Best you can, yes.
I mean, we should be fine with this week.
I would think that if the county gets a firm commitment from us that we're a go, they would probably start the process knowing that we haven't budgeted, you know, in the future, Because this, before we get to the exchange of serious dollars, they're going to have to get started on certain things.
Mr. Mayor, it's gonna have to be a locked-in budget item for them to start doing work. So we have to have a locked-in yes or no, is basically what you're saying, Mandy? We can't say we're gonna look for funding. So that's something that the city council then needs to decide right now, is if we're putting this in our budget next year, and we gotta find the money no matter what. Now, I mean, we have the reserves, I know.
We basically have really one reserve.
Well-
That I could identify at this point in time. And that's our largest reserve
I know.
that we have on hand.
I know.
Now, that reserve has been committed for various things 10 times over right now. For grant match, if Dunnellon Heights comes through, we're going to need to use some of that money just as a bridge till reimbursement comes in. CRA has very little money left, $173,000 coming out of CRA with that large parking project, and with what Regina has on plan for our signage. 173 from CRA may be a little difficult to come by. That doesn't mean it can't be a combination of CRA funds and general funds. So it's just a matter of looking at everything and seeing where we can get it from. Because we do have other reserves, but it depends on where we're at the end of the year with those reserves.
Well, we're in agreement when I said make a commitment to it. I'm in agreement, we'll make a commitment to it. And then, like you say, we know the money's there to figure out how to come up with it.
Where you want it to come from.
Correct.
So on Monday night, do we need to put this on as a vote, but we can send it off to the county?
I don't think so. I think you just approve that allocation for the project through the budget process, and you have it approved. Your commitment is then approved through the budget process, and you've got that money committed to the project at that point.
Probably what the county would appreciate would be, we do the same thing to them, that we come back and say, we're good for up to so much in addition to.
Yeah.
Right? So we've kind of, we're kind of playing a little bit of a poker.
Well, we're
game,
not,
you know.
we're not, we're not.
I
saying
put in
we're
5 and you
going
put in
forward.
5, yeah. So we say we're good for up to another 175,000.
After we determine that we can afford it and when.
Well, I'm confident with what Janice said,
Yeah.
that we
But
can.
I think
we
you
can
need
get
to
it.
identify the funding sources, and if you're going to do it in this year's budget, then yes, you would need to identify those funding sources and put something in writing to the county. But you were talking about next year's budget, so
Yeah.
that's where I was.
I was saying, I think I'm thinking the mayor was saying, hey, we've discussed this, the city council is planning on locating the funding for up to 175,000 in 2023-24 budget session.
And that might be acceptable to them, or it might not, I can't speak for them. I don't know if that would be acceptable to the county, just a commitment that we're gonna do it without it actually being in our budget yet.
Trying to get a hold of Jim between now and Monday
Okay,
and run this by him.
okay.
Okay?
I'll find out.
I am giving a financial presentation on Monday to council and the CRA board. So you'll get an idea of where we're at this year. I don't know if you want to hold off any further conversation until after that presentation. It's only after March, it's only as of March. So, but that might give you a little better idea of where we're
Well,
at.
you know the figures certainly better than us. Do you think it's possible to come up with 175,000
If
this
you're going
year?
to dip into reserves. If you're looking at new money, I can't give you that information right now because I have no estimates to even consider what we're going to
Well,
get.
that could be something council can decide what they want to do, whether they want to go that route or whether they want to wait.
Now
They want to
you-
wait till the
And
following year.
you also have the option of increasing your millage rate for 1 year to help fund this, if it maybe as a last resort. I'm just throwing options out there. I know the eyes are, and I know that's not a popular idea, but I'm just throwing it out there. You do have choices. Your
Mandy,
hands aren't.
if you allow me again, keeping Jim kind of up to speed, so you can kind of tell him these are the two options, and just kind of see how he responds to that. Okay? Okay. Very good. Let's make this happen. Are we done with the Blue Run Park restroom discussion? Okay.
Flushed out thoroughly.
Flushed out. Okay, this is a little dicey one right here. Number 11, the code enforcement discussion.
Yes,
George?
and this is something that we started working on because some of you may or may not know, but Dan has asked to step down from code enforcement. When Dan took on those responsibilities a couple years ago, or a year or so ago, it was on a very limited part-time basis, and as we've all talked about, and it's been explained, code enforcement has primarily been reactive, and we've just responded to complaints. But as we all know, there's been a significant push from the community to increase those efforts in code enforcement. So instead of doing it piecemeal, like we've been doing it, Georgina and I have talked about it and agreed that she would need a minimum of 24 hours a week of a certified code enforcement officer. And I I can't express enough how important we believe it is that we get somebody in here who is certified, because the certification process can be very lengthy and expensive. You're sending someone away for a week at a time, you're paying their hotel, you're paying their meals, you're paying their travel. The class itself is not cheap. I don't have all the specifics on that, but at some point, those were the plans for Dan to get that certification, but then COVID hit and everything got canceled, and then they didn't re-up the program. And there's not an online program that you can do. We have looked into that. It's actually like an on-site class. So it would be our hope to try and find someone at a minimum, part-time, to be more proactive in code enforcement, and not only be out there in the field looking at, trying to identify violations, getting those resolved. This person would handle any special magistrate hearings. They would also be in the process of reviewing the code constantly through their work and identifying areas of the code that may need to be updated, because trust me, Georgina and I have found a few where the code is very ambiguous, it's not clear, it's hard to think that the public could understand it if we can't even understand it. So I think that's an important task that we need someone to really focus on. So we did some research and identified the rates that are throughout the state of Florida and other cities. It seems like a reasonable pay range would be anywhere from $17 to $24 an hour, and that would depend on their level of certification, because there are multiple levels. I know there's 1, 2, 3. I'm not sure if there's anything after that. But that's what Marion County's, they have level 1 starts at $16.64, level 2 at $18.30, and their level 3 at $20.19. So in looking at the cost, I do not at all expect any of you to say, hey, let's hire a full-time code enforcement officer. But at a minimum, I did give you, what that would cost the city at $17 an hour to include benefits. But a part-time code enforcement officer, and typically we bump their hourly rate up about $1 if it's a part-time position, because they're not receiving those benefits that the full-time employees are. So the total expense, if we were to budget for that position in next year's budget, would be about $25,500, a little about $10,000 more than what we currently have in this year's budget. But I think it would provide for a more effective and efficient process for code enforcement, more thoroughness, definitely. If we were to hire a part-time code enforcement officer by June 1st, the impact to the current fiscal year budget would be about $8,500.
I'll start off comment on this. I mean, we desperately need this. And to me, that's short money. That's short money for what we need. So the idea that we can fulfill the needs of that for those kind of dollars. Are part-time code enforcement people available?
It's going to be a challenge, like it is with any other position right now. It's hard to find people.
Because a lot of times council says, we're good for the money, let's do it, Jan, let's go. And then 2 months, 3 months later, the opening remains, right?
Georgina's our prime example.
So, I mean, if we could get this code enforcement thing under wraps for those kind of dollars, I'm all in. Good gracious.
And to give you an example, through Safe Built, the company that we contract right now with for building department services, they do offer code enforcement services at the rate of $60 an hour.
$60?
$60 an hour.
I'm in the wrong business.
Oh, my Lord.
And, and you kind of hit on it, that right now, we're basically, we already have been paying somebody, so it's not like we're adding.
No.
We're just
But
actually
we've
giving
been
someone.
paying someone who's not certified.
Certified, exactly. So for $10,000, I mean, I'm thinking that will make up at least half of that, probably in, I hate to say it out loud, but fines and, other ways of improving the properties that you don't get an instant monetary from.
Well, I wouldn't lean so much in that direction, because really, our goal is not to find people,
No,
or
I
get
know.
people to come into compliance.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but I mean, ultimately, if we have someone who refuses to be compliant, yes, they're gonna have to pay fines and go before the special magistrate and all that. But it's a proposal that we're asking for you to consider. And if you will consider it, then we'll try and work it into the budget for 2023.
Tell us what you're asking. What are you asking?
If we can start looking to hire a part-time code enforcement, certified code enforcement officer
Within the
this year.
salary hourly range that you're talking about.
I'm talking 17 to 24,000 is what we would
$24
incorporate
for part-time.
into our salary plan.
For part-time, right?
Any further discussion on this?
I have a question.
Sure.
When we go to our website and we go to the code link, and we're looking at what has been published in the Muni Code, how accurate is that compared to codes that have been passed that are not codified?
We are codified up through supplement 8, and we're currently, it's supplement, I thought we were working on 9. Oh, okay. So supplement 9. Supplement 9 was the land development regulations from 2018. The 5 ordinances, that was the last supplement that's actually been codified. Anything that's been passed after that is on the website, on the mini code website in an ordinance form, but it's not actually written into the code yet. And supplement 10 is
So it's
sitting
not,
on.
it's not in the Muni Code.
It is.
It is, it's out there, but you have to look at the ordinance. It's not in the code, the written code itself. But the ordinance is out there. So you can look at all the ordinances that have been passed since supplement 9.
That would take a little sophistication.
Yeah. But supplement 10 is on my desk, and we're about halfway through proofing it. We have to proof a lot. We have to go through every ordinance in that supplement and compare it to the ordinance itself, to the written code that they've sent us. And it's not kind of a tedious process.
It is.
We're about halfway through. And so once we go back to them and say, hey, we found this, and this, they'll make any corrections that we identified. And then all we gotta do is say, push the button, and it's codified. And then we've got to work on supplement 11 will be next. And the next round of codification, which will be next year. We only do one supplement in a year. That's what we budget for.
How many are there?
What's that?
Supplements?
We're working on supplement 10
No, but I
now.
mean, how many are there?
How many ordinances are in there?
Never mind.
Yeah, how many do
I mean,
you
are there like 15 supplements past 10? I mean, are there 5?
You're confusing me. You have the original codification of the code book, and then every year, we take a batch of ordinances, whatever's been passed in that year, and we have a.
But you're saying that we
codified.
have 2018, so we're at 2022, so I just didn't know if you knew how many more batches we had.
Oh, well, we have 10, which was what we're working on now, which is a batch of ordinances, for a lack of a better term, I guess, that we have to finish proofing. And then as of, in October next year, October this year, we'll have a new budget for supplement 11 that will get codified. And we'll go through the same process every year with whatever's been passed up to that point. Does that make sense?
As clear as mud, I'm so tired, I don't even know if I'm.
Okay,
So
so
that's all good, I'll figure it out.
do we have a consensus to put this, give staff the authority to look for a part-time?
Yes.
And Miss Kenny, if you want to come in and sit down with me, I can go through that with you and try to
Hours would that
make
be?
it make sense.
You can give her a
I'll let you come help me prove some of my business.
Okay, guys, let's, I think we're done with number 11. Council comments. Ms. Kenny, do you have any comments? Council comments?
No, I do not.
Ms. Williams? Ms. Cubbage?
Yeah, I'd just like to comment, comments I made in regard to Art Fisher's asking the city to fork over some money, not against the project. The point is this, we are not Crystal River. It's like comparing apples to grapes, I guess. They have 5 times as many commercial businesses that they tax. The Kings Bay, that area, the businesses just around it and so on, there's no doubt about it, that Kings Bay was in horrible, horrible shape. And their tourism industry absolutely depended on a cleanup. And it happened because of that. It's a different situation here. We are not as desperate this time as Kings Bay was 15 years ago with their lingua problem. I remember going to workshops over there actually for when I was associated with Florida Wildlife Commission, and they straightened it up. It took a lot of money, millions and millions. We are not in that situation. The other problem I have is that this is a for-profit company, this Sea and Shoreline. They are for-profit, and they're going to make a profit on just doing the survey. And I was trying to push Art to go through Jeff Sowers, who is the supervisor of the director of the Aquatic Preserve, to see if funding can be out there to pay for that survey and that government agencies, and I know one of them for certain would be the Florida Geological Survey that is based at UF. They're in that river all the time. We should pay somebody over $100,000 to do a survey of how deep the muck is in 40 different sites. When a graduate student who is employed by Florida Geological Survey would be happy to do it, and probably even possibility of getting grant money to do that. So that's what I was talking about. Okay. The other thing is still concerned to the city of Dunnellon is the Florida Turnpike extension. Something came up, and this is, I think it's going to happen, a really good thing if we help, okay? And that is, there's a proposal for a constitutional amendment. It's about that a group in Fort Myers is whipping up, okay? The ballot title, it's already official, they're going after it. It's called The Right to Clean and Healthy Waters. This amendment creates a fundamental right to clean and healthy waters. The amendment may be used to sue state executive agencies for harm or threatened harm to Florida's waters, which include aquatic ecosystems. Bingo, okay? That gives a little old town like Dunnellon leverage to say to Florida DEP, if you let that turnpike corridor come within or bisect as it's planned our water basin for our Rainbow River, the citizens of Florida have the right to sue the heck out of you, even though you're a state agency. So this petition is for real. I think they need something like, I don't know, Andrew, do you know 300,000 signatures on petitions?
For the latest requirements for referendum initiatives, I don't know off the top of my head, but I can.
Yeah, I'll have to go back, but it's stated on their site. So I have the detailed constitutional amendment, full text. here, I'd like to pass it out to our council people here and anybody else who wants it. And then on Monday, come back and just lay them on the table. And it's a typical, very simple petition form. Okay, very simple. So I will pass them out, okay?
Ms. Phillips, are you collecting the petitions?
Yes, I will.
Okay, so if
Yep.
anybody wants to fill one out, they can bring it here, and we'll
Yep.
hold it for you.
Absolutely. I'm a volunteer. Okay, and where this the origin of this petition is in Fort Myers, because there's a group there that's very upset with the Fort Myers City working with developers who are going after taking their invested properties. Yep, space them out. There's two parts. Okay, front and back, there's the amendment. And then I'll pass out the petition form. It's also online. It's on the,
No,
on
there's each
Facebook.
one. I'm just giving you all one for each of those two ladies.
Okay, we got that one.
And again, I'll put these on the table up front on Monday. And the petition form itself. Anyway, there's a group in Fort Myers who became extremely upset with their local government and DEP and their water management district, which is different than ours, for allowing developers to fill in wetlands, build more canals, keep building without consideration to what it's doing to the problems that already exist in their water. Another one? Got enough, okay. So again,
You good?
we're good. And I guarantee if it gets on, it's going to get on the ballot because of what we do here, okay? It's about numbers to get it on the ballot. When it's on the ballot, it'll get passed.
All right, Vice Mayor.
Thank you.
Yeah, let me put.
All right. All right. Just to let y'all know, because,
Thank you very much.
You finished? I finished, okay. Just to let y'all know, because the title company has my cell phone number, and he was trying to sit here the whole evening, but he left. He did text me, so if I need to make this public, I'm happy to. I will make a copy of it. The buyer for the church wants to close on Friday. And just wants to know, and the mayor can sign tomorrow or Friday is what he said. He said if I don't come back, he'd probably be finished earlier than 9:30. I'm about to email numbers, and there's only about 6 pages for the attorney to review and mayor to sign. So that is what I was to tell y'all from our closing agent. So you probably have numbers, the HUD statement in your file, in your email. They're new numbers. Yeah, you have new numbers to look at.
Since this afternoon?
Since this afternoon, yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay.
So, so anyway, so I wanted to keep it out, screenshot this to you, or whatever I have to do. Another thing. Peace out.
You can't raise your hand.
Oh, Mother Moses.
We're not done.
We're not done.
Okay, so we'll get with that tomorrow. I'll work all that out tomorrow with him and Andrew, and I'll get with the mayor.
Well, I would suggest to staff and Andrew, if we can do it comfortably Friday,
Right,
fine.
not to rush.
If you feel it's pushing you or whatever, don't agree to something that you don't feel good. Because when you hand me a document to sign, I assume that you have
Well,
taken care
and
of
that's
it.
what I told Mr. Rojas today, is I certainly would never put anything in front of you to sign that Andrew hasn't reviewed.
Okay, I've just got 1, 2, 3, 4 statements, really. Inverness, a couple days ago, the city commissioners, their city, discussed the Northern Turnpike extension. They had a turnout similar to ours, standing room only, people packed from wall to wall. Same thing, they asked the commissioners to come out with a no build. The commissioners, from what I've read, seem to be very moved and were leaning in that direction in Inverness, and said that they would make a decision on that when they meet next time. So Inverness is starting to feel the heat, and I think Citrus County is starting to wake up that this is not the sunshine toll road. This is something different. They're kind of confused. They don't realize, I don't think, that they're getting ready to have 2 turnpikes come through that area. Just a reminder again that at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning we have the City Beach cleanup. I was invited to participate in the ribbon cutting of the glass recycling plant at the airport. There's a tremendous, the first building, you go into that first big building is now a glass recycling plant where they get glass from various places. They grind it up into small particles, they heat it, and then turn it into construction material. It was quite an amazing thing to see. It employs at least 25 people. If you ever want to go take a look at it, I'm sure they're proud of it. They'll take you for a tour. And then the last thing, Mandy, do you have any of those photos? Just an idea to kind of spruce up this building a little bit. If you're down by the boat ramp and you look at our building from the backside, you see, go back to that first picture, Mandy. Yeah, it's good. Or the very first one. Yeah, you see that big space right in between where the clock is and the window, and then the windows behind us. That's a perfect place to put from the boat ramp, welcome to Dunnellon, Dunnellon 1890 or something like that. It's just it would just be cool to put something there that when you visit Dunnellon from the boat, even if it says City Hall, welcome to Dunnellon. Yeah, I just looked at that and said, that'd be kind of cool if we put that there. So that's just something to throw out at you. And then we have a picture in front of the building, Mandy. Right there in the gable, you see where we have that onsk, or whatever that's called, that half seashell. To paint that, put a little mural there, put some color right there would really spiff up that building. We have actually, Mandy has contacted the art co-op and see if they would be willing to do something like that. So just some ideas. I don't know if this needs council approval or anything, but something that I think would make this building kind of pop a little bit. What you think?
It was actually Loretta Schaefer's idea.
Yeah, the tourists,
Yeah.
from the tourists.
Loretta? Huh? That's a good.
She came in and she said, you got a beautiful building, how come you don't have something up there? You know, and I said, well, yeah, that kind of looks like it needs something up there. You can't even see that like that. So, you guys have any ideas? It's just that's silly, just a little thing I noticed. Okay. But what do you think about something on that one picture like that? Welcome to Dunnellon or Dunnellon or something right there?
Nice.
Right?
Grand idea.
Yeah.
The seal? The seal.
Put our seal, put a big seal
I thought
there.
either
Big fish
that
jumping
or if
up.
you could find something like that similar to the welcome signs at the 4 entries, something similar to
Yeah.
that design that said Dunnellon welcomes you, something.
Yeah, it's clear as a bell when you're standing down there, you look up there, and I'm sure some people
I'm gonna
don't
fish up
even
there.
know that this is City Hall. I said,
You're
"What's that?"
probably right.
Goldfish.
All right, that is my comments. If council, if you're ready to move on to number 13, department head comments.
Yes, we have just 2 things that I'm aware of. Eagle Scout proclamations, we'll have 2 of those on Monday at the council meeting for you to present to 2 Eagle Scouts. And then I'll let Troy speak to the second item.
All right. Council, on that second item there, we have an agreement with the contractor that we have selected for constructing the 2 pavilions at the City Beach. The agreement has been reviewed by Andrew, by Mandy, myself, and the contractor, and it needs your signatures to move forward, or your approval to move forward. We've already provided the deposit for materials, and anytime within 3 to 4 weeks, materials could be ready for the construction. So as soon as we get the contract signed or approved, then we can start the permitting process, because that's when I'll get the copy of the blueprints and be able to move forward.
Okay. Thank you. Any comments?
Consent agenda?
Consent agenda, yes.
Consent.
Just a reminder, this was something that was first initiated when I was a counselor. That's how long we've been trying to get this done. So this would be champagne time when we go out there and see 3 weather shelters up there. Anything else, Troy?
Not on that number 13, but under department head comments, yes.
Okay.
The Ohio Street, Cedar Street paving project. It's been underway for the last several weeks. FGUA, U.S. Water have had some major challenges with some of the old antiquated water lines in that area. They're moving forward and working diligently to get back on track. But also, considering this project, I would like to ask the council, as I have with the last 3 major projects that we've done, we have a contingency and we have a maximum budget number for these projects. And in order to keep the projects on schedule or to moving forward, we would like to have, Mandy and I would like to have the authority to accept the change orders, make sure it's at the recommendation of the engineers and our approval, and authorize change orders without having to come to council every 30 days to have a change order reviewed. As long as it stays within the budget, and any change orders that come in between council meetings, every council meeting you'll receive an update as to what they were and what the cost was.
Doesn't seem to be any downside if it's within the budget, right?
No. We are actually, this project came in 150,000 plus under budget. So we have 150,000 in the budget just for this project as a contingency. We're not going that deep into contingencies, probably 15, 20,000 roughly.
Okay, put it on the consent agenda?
Everybody okay?
Absolutely.
Okay, put it on the consent agenda.
Thank you, Council. Appreciate that. Some good news. The DRA, the Gator Pond, as we call it, the Marion County DRA out here on 484. It's just a big mud pond with a bunch of nothing around it. I was contacted by Rachel, who works for the Marion County Clean Water Division. She's putting in for a grant to beautify the DRAs around Marion County, and they asked if it would be okay if they could beautify that one.
Yeah.
So the gator is gone now?
Yes, that's exactly what I said.
The gator's
So I
no
told
longer
her, well, the big gator's gone, now we have the baby gator there. So we got rid of the 6-7 footer, now we have a 4 footer.
Yeah,
So we're starting the cycle all over
Can they
again.
put a gate up? Because I mean, I just saw the other day somebody else feeding the dang baby gator.
So this project, they're putting in for a grant, has to be submitted on Monday. So I already agreed with her that if she's gonna put in for the grant, if it gets awarded, then we'll talk about the details. But it's all about native vegetation, that's in the area. It'll have some educational signs, including it requested, do not feed the native alligators for this reason. We've actually talked. I sat right here at the pond on the phone with her and was gonna send her a picture of a 4-foot gator. So, but it's gonna make it a nice, cleaner, better looking area and have some educational
And
signs.
suck some of the nitrates out of that awful looking water.
Yes, we'll see how well it works. But anyways, it is a grant that she's applying for, so if you see work going on down there, we must have gotten it. The art gallery needs a new entry door, the front door, the entire assembly of the front door of the art gallery. So I'll be looking around for supplies and contractors to make sure that we can get that done, hopefully by the end of this budget year.
Is that an R? Is that an R?
It's a
maintenance?
major structural component, yes. That's the exterior main entry. So, beach cleanup tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. And of course, the pavilions we talked about. That's all I have for an update tonight.
Thank you, sir.
Do not plan on coming to City Hall tomorrow to wash your hands and face or use the bathroom. It will be out of water for several hours as the water lines get replaced for the paving project, so.
I'll give y'all the code to my office if you need bathrooms. Thank you.
All right, who else on staff? Jan?
The only thing I have, it's on your agenda for Monday, besides the financial report that I'm going to give both the CRA board and council, the auditor will be here to present our year-end results. So get excited.
Okay, and Georgina?
Well, all I have to say is that we're working on proactive code enforcement. We started an initiative this month, at the end of the month, actually, and we've been trying to do a little more every day. So far, we've done 26 code enforcement courtesy violations. They are courtesy notices.
How many have you sent out?
26.
26,
in total.
okay.
So far, and we will continue to do that as long as I have Dan on staff, and hopefully when we get a new code enforcement officer soon.
Just a quick question, are most of the letters that we are sending out, are they initiated from a resident complaint, or is it something that we've seen from the road?
No, we've seen it from the road. We have a few that were resident complaints, but for the most part, those 26 were issues that we've noticed when we write the roads.
Okay, Mandy, we've talked with Troy, Jan, and Georgina. Who else on staff might want to report to us?
Frank, you got anything?
Chief's out of town till...
I have something interesting to tell you all.
Hmm?
Something interesting that's happening within Dunnellon city limits. I had a couple people call me from Rainbow River Conservation with concerns about the amount of spraying done by the airplanes on the weekends on the big field that's between 180th Avenue Road, which is the road the schools are on, and Dunnellon Oaks. There's 420 acres. There's a big long strip that goes right up to the elementary school from 484. And there's been airplanes spraying that field and spraying that field and spraying that field. Okay, so I called the farmer I know who leases it, and I'm kind of embarrassed, but I jumped all over him saying, when are you going to stop spraying ag chemicals on that field? They're spraying water on that field. That field is being used as an ag pilot training field. Okay, there's a company that trains pilots. They're based at the Williston Airport, and they're sending the planes from Williston Airport and spraying that field with water every weekend. So
That's interesting.
you can drive down the road and there's an airplane next to you. Okay, so don't panic, they're only spraying water.
You were expecting the worst, and it turned out
I
to
was,
be something
yeah.
good.
Yep.
All right, we got to move on, guys. I think we're now at number 14. Andrew, we're kind of looking forward, even though it's late, billboards.
Okay, I've just got a few comments, and I can keep it to 90 seconds or fewer. So starting off, to answer Councilwoman Coverage's inquiry, Article 11 of the Constitution requires that proponents who are initiating a referendum that they collect signatures equal to 8% of the last number of votes cast from the previous presidential election. So according to Ballotpedia, that number for 2022 and 2024 would be 891,000.
800,000,
and
okay.
589
You're right, that means
signatures.
it's on the site, correct?
And then, of course, it must pass
Yeah.
by 60% of the vote there. So that's, just to get on the ballot, that's the number they're
They
looking at
got
there.
300 and some thousand collected already, so everybody's.
They're on their way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
As far as, happy to do so, no problem. As far as billboards go, So have been working on the ordinance there. There are some statutes that do come into play when it comes to amortization. The legislature had a response to some of those early amortization cases that they implemented a few years ago. And that essentially can require cities to negotiate some sort of compensation. Now, compensation, of course, can be allowing signage to continue. So I've had some discussions with both Mandy and Georgina, and one of the things that community development right now is looking to do is identify who the sign, if it's Lamar or if it's another sign company, most of them are Lamar, which billboard company owns those billboards, and so that I can provide council information, how to approach and so forth. But in the meantime, the ordinance is underway and looking at regulation from a safety perspective and what kind of teeth the city can get in there. So that'll be forthcoming. And that's my report on that. If you have any questions.
So your approach continues to be to phase them out over a 10-year period?
It can be that. I think right now the approach would have to be to allow the city clerk to approach them. It can still be a phase out, but to really get them out in 10 years, the legislature gave them the ability. It would have to be a negotiation, which sometimes requires compensation. So they have some rights under private property protection. But it can still be an amortization type of period, and in 10 years, if an agreement is not reached, the city can commence eminent domain proceedings. So it's not entirely cost-free.
That it was successfully used in another municipality.
It was used, the first case goes back, and it's that Daytona Beach case. The legislature did respond and place some legislation, not at that year, but in previous years, and has narrowed the field as to what cities can do, as we've seen over the last few years, as home rule has been under assault.
Thank you very much. That's it.
But still good news there. The city has a lot of things that it can do from a safety perspective. Other than that, just from a personal note, I just want to thank you all for your kind words on behalf of my wife and I. I really appreciated, the thoughts from both staff and.
Are you sleeping at night?
Some nights better than others. Thank you all so much. Thank you.
How's your wife sleeping?
Yeah.
Not as well as I
For you diehards, like we promised, 3.5 hours ago. 4 hours.
She's got your nose.
Oh, look at that. We are on item number 15, which is our final agenda item, public comment. This means, again, anyone who wants to comment about anything we've talked about or anything whatsoever, here's your opportunity. Yes, Tim, name and address again.
121 Timinski, 12140 Maple Street, Dunnellon. First and most important comment I have is I wish more people knew exactly how hard the staff and the council actually work. I think the conception out there is not even close to the reality. Y'all are awesome. It's just whether we agree on the issues or not, y'all are awesome. It's incredible what the staff comes here with and what all they do.
We appreciate that. Thank you.
To give you the information. And I'm not looking for answers for any of these right now. The police building with the numbers that we're putting out there, are those numbers, do they include, I noticed the building, the lot and all that, but do they include any special equipment that takes to operate a building like this, like a special glass, special doors, whatever holding rooms cells have to have and all that kind of stuff?
I would say, Tim, my quick response to that is the numbers that you saw tonight are pretty much in line with the numbers we've been hearing.
Gotcha.
Through the entire process.
Okay, and again, I was looking just to make sure that it was thought about, kind of like Valerie spoke about, where we're going to put the police, what cost, is there going to be a cost
If
involved?
you said if you throw out a figure that seems to be consistent, $1.2 million seems to be a number.
Okay, great, okay.
Yes, to the windows, the electronics, and all that.
And if my recollection is correct, the presentation by the company rep for the boat ramp And I know everything could be negotiated, but he said installing the equipment and the capital cost would be on them, and that would be part of, they recoup those costs depending on how many years the contract is in place. They recoup those costs from their percent that they receive. And it's, I think it's new tonight about the citation where that. So for negotiating purposes, that might be worth something. The Blue Run restroom, my concern for the restroom has been since day one, not decades ago when it came up, but since day one for me, is there going to be some kind of security system so it stays safe and it doesn't turn into a drug den or gets vandalized? You know, we experienced that before we put the gates and cage around City Beach. Now with the cameras and stuff there, that expense is pretty much gone away. And again, not looking for an answer, but just a thought that, you know, because the county guy, he once said during meetings probably a year or so ago that that is an issue with some of the restrooms, many of the restrooms in the county, as far as turning into drug dens and
Certainly, Tim, that
vandalism.
will be part of the final formalization of what to do with that.
And
I think I was told it would be locked at one time. At a
Yeah,
certain
we'll be
time, they
locked
will be
at night.
locked.
Those
Yeah.
kind of things.
At a certain
Okay.
time.
in the, back to the river and the cleanup, if the nitrite issue is not fixed, all right, it's like vacuuming your house, okay, and thinking you're done with it forever. It's not. It's going to be a multi-million-dollar project. And I don't, seeing what is going on in Crystal River and in Homosassa, it's a few years from now, it's all going to be grown back up again. That's how fast this stuff comes in. So it's, to my opinion, it's not even a good Band-Aid. Not for the expense that is going to be incurred. And I just hope that before any monies from the taxpayers go out, that the council reviews the numbers that Kings Bay, that Crystal River, Homosassa has paid to do that effort. And there's not been enough time go by to say it's successful. Because everywhere where it's been raked and all that, very next year, the Limbaya is back and the hydrilla is back. The culprit is the nitrates, and that's kind of like trying to fix world hunger in this state. As the FWC says, the ranchers are king in this state. You know, thank you all very much.
Thank you, Tim.
Anyone else? All right, yes, you deserve it.
Brenda Diarco, 11661 Camp Drive.
And I have to reiterate your comments. It is such a pleasure to serve with you and work with all of you. You are awesome. Everyone's good. So, I don't think it's said enough. Just very quickly, a few months ago, I printed a publication from the International Association of Chief of Police, and I passed that out. And I don't know if some of you were able to look at that and glean a little bit off of that. But they really stressed, it's right on page 9, that they really stressed on community support and ways to go about getting community support and getting the stakeholders involved in organizations and the citizenry. And they talked about that's not necessarily, it says a common mistake is to assume that if the town's governing body holds a public hearing or public meeting, that the stakeholders and constituents will attend to hear the project proposal. This is unlikely given various time commitments, obligations, and distractions facing community members. So it's important to seek out the opportunities to engage the core constituencies, to discuss a proposal with them, much like any other police services or operations that impact the community, and it goes on. So my concern is, this council has done such due diligence with this police project, and thanks to Ms. Covage, even bringing to the attention of using a modular building versus site building. So that was tremendous. So we spent a couple years, and then that was, is it Patterson or Patrick? That came in and said, you have to start from scratch, we have to have new buildings. So
Shepherd.
that took a lot of options off the table. But the decision you're about to make, as far as the location, the police stations typically have a useful life from 20 to 50 years. That's a long time. That's a major decision for 5 people to make without public input. And it seems like you're ready to jump from a workshop in 5 days to make a decision to buy a lot on Town Road without that public input. We had a beautiful presentation Georgina put together. Now the first time we have some options to look at actual locations that are available. And so I think, personally, instead of 5 days from now, you're taking the vote and we're going to choose A, B, or C, I think the public needs to be involved in that decision. So I would hope that instead of making that decision on Monday, that you would discuss ways to get the public and your constituents and the citizens involved in their input in that decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Adam, you want to say something?
I always want to say something.
Come on, get up, come on. We're so tired, we won't hear what you're saying.
Just like your wife
Come
does.
on.
It is way too late, and y'all do not want to hear everything I have to say.
No, lay it on us.
Adam, I appreciate you being here this evening.
Name and address, Adam.
Adam Parker. I don't know what my address is. I know I live in Romeo. Is that good?
No.
We're going to give them a longer address, 12214 South Bridge Road. Nope, I just sit back there and listen. That's all, the only thing I really wanted to come here tonight was just to listen and see what was on the table, but like I said, I'm sure y'all read my Facebook post. I'm here to protect the league. That's my job. We're getting a new board. We've lost a few members, and we're getting a lot more on. So hopefully, there's a transition period for that. We've got to train these new people that are coming on. So I cannot give you a date of when this event coordinator position is going to be finalized. It's going to be soon. That's all I can tell you. Because I'm going to done just as bad as everybody else does. I'm not here to turn anybody away. That's never been our whole purpose, was to turn people. It's not. I want to work with them, and I'm very careful about charging, because those guys have helped out there. They have drug fields. They have fixed equipment when it went down on them. So I'm very unsure about how to do fees and stuff like that. So we've been doing a lot of investigating ourselves, trying to just figure everything out. And that's time consuming, because to be honest with you, I've got 10 or 11 man board right now, and there's not a whole lot of work being accomplished out there right now between the board. So adding new members, they have a lot of life to them right now. They want to get involved, so I think we're moving in the right direction. And I'm not here to push anybody away. That's not my the way of doing things. I'm very tactful in how I handle stuff. It may take me a little longer to get situations figured out. I choose what I say a lot of times. I sit back and listen a lot. So if I don't actually express everything that's on my mind, it's because I'm just waiting for time. And there's a time for everything. So I just came here basically to listen and see what was on everybody's mind.
Before you leave, let me just say something. Number one, this council in the city recognizes everything you're doing out there. Most of us, myself, parent, my son went through the baseball leagues. I went through the coaching thing with him. I know what it takes, and I know the dedication, and I appreciate it. We're behind you. Today's discussion was just to try to smooth out some wrinkles, actually us saying we're here to assist and to back you, to be a partner with you, and to create some rules and regulations to help you function.
And it brings a lot of questions. I mean, it brings me a lot of questions. I mean, what rights do we have? I mean, and so that's the whole purpose of, you know, the Facebook.
Kind of sets it up with, if you get a challenge in the future, whatever, you kind of have an idea of what's like. Just a couple of suggestions I have for you, though, as far as fundraising. We do have some very major events, Boomtown Days and the Art Festival. You just heard at Boomtown Days, it's estimated we had 10,000 people at Boomtown Days. I would suggest that the Little League put up a booth during these events, have one of your players standing there, cute player, softball player, girl, their uniform on with a glove, with a donation bucket. If you say we don't have any parents to man that, I'll man it. I guarantee you a booth like that at those two functions, you would have probably picked up a couple $1,000.
And that's great, and you're right about the Boomtown thing. With that being said, it's during baseball season.
Taking that excuse away from you. I'm saying.
You did, you took the excuse away.
As mayor.
But I can't produce kids to you if they're at games, you know, so I guess find some kids out.
Or believe me, people love it. If we said we're needing volunteers to man that for 5 or 6 hours, we have so many people that want to do that we wouldn't know what to do with everybody. So just a suggestion. It just seemed to me like it was a financial opportunity that you could have taken.
Yeah, I completely understand that 100%.
I have a little niece, I think she's very excited about being on your team, Ivy.
Yes, ma'am.
What a great niece.
I absolutely love her. She's a great player. She's developed very quickly too.
Yeah, and she does really good in school.
Yeah.
Well, Adam, you said you want to speak, but you don't seem to be in a big hurry to get away from that podium.
Believe me, there's a lot written down. Some good, some not. All right.
All right. Good night. Thank you.
We need to get it done.